Hello peasants, and welcome back to the M3DM Tabverb. Today is a continuation of Nuckelavee. We started this bad boy yesterday from scratch. So a sphere into this in a couple hours. Excited to see what we can do with it today. Alright, let's go over our updates, some housekeeping. We have a new question of the day that is pinned at the top of the chat. What to work on first? The horse, our skeleton man, or a base? I might override y'all and do a base quickly, just a little something, and then we'll work on the human rider skeleton, which is currently in the lead with 62% of the vote. But feel free to vote and get that going. There is a new Moo emoji. Moo has seen a revamp. The sticker, as I designed it, did not play well as an emoji this small, so Moo has now been updated. The Moo emoji is exclusive to those who are members of the channel, not subscribers. It's a different thing. Next to where it says subscribe is a join button. If you join that, that's how you get the name change, the badge, the mug at the bottom of the screen, and now the very exclusive Moo emoji. There is a new heist today. I made it all vampire themed, so assemble your coven and good luck. I might nerf your payout if it gets out of hand. I went with a 66% win rate, so the odds are very in your favor, but only a 66% payout. Yesterday was 120%. So it is less than half the payout of yesterday, but it is much, much easier to win. All right. Yes, and the freebie of the day. I have a fantastic free STL for you guys to enjoy. So here is my Patreon. You can join this for free. There are 3,713 other people who either support for free or give me money every month. Join the party. Here are all the different tiers with the benefits, but if you scroll down just a touch, there is a post right here, daily free STL from M3DM, and this is the lovely free STL. You can 3D print this, and currently I have just a cow right here, but yes, it's to print something like this. But keep in mind that this file that I'm sharing with you guys for free, you can scale up to be as big as you want. So if you want to print it this big, you totally can. Exact same file. I do have a pre-supported version for y'all, so you can just throw it on your printer and get going. It is resin pre-supports. Minis on FDM are a bit trickier, but it is very doable. I also have a decorative, simple, and no base version if you want to scale up to whatever you like. But yes, she looks fantastic. Really proud of this one. This is part of my Vikings collection. Alrighty. And a couple more updates. Alright, there have been some changes to the D20 of Destiny. As we are getting into kind of this more educational, serious stream, as much as I love the D20 of Destiny, and I appreciate your donations so much, those are the super chats where you spend like real money to roll my D20. The D20 of Destiny triggers one of 20 like fun effects, whether you can like pretty much cursing the model or adding mutations, adding details, that kind of stuff. But when we're teaching, that doesn't fit in very well, does it, right? That kind of detracts for the whole point. The D20 of Destiny is now a happy hour exclusive. And there's a couple other fun things added to this. One, the first donation of the day gets advantage, which means that you get to roll twice and pick your favorite effect of the two. The second donation of the day will double happy hour, which makes it a true happy hour because by default it's only 30 minutes. And that's kind of nice because that benefits everybody. And the last is every single donation will get 100 points. So technically, if you were to donate 3 times, you get a free roll. I just know you guys, and I don't know if you'll hold on to the poing for that long, but we'll see. But currently, 300 poing is 1 D20 roll. So yes, those are all of the updates. See y'all talking about Character Creator 4. I love it. Good, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the heist. Such a silly, cute thing. Mini Blaze is grumbling. The emoji should still include mentorship students. Absolutely not. Mentorship for $1 a day is a steal as is. It doesn't give you unlimited access to everything else. Ooh, Ray with a heist for 50. Nice. Good luck. Alrighty. And then, Reaper, if you did want to send me that very special artwork, we can show that off now if you're ready for that. Mini Blaze, it is Spicy Friday. Oh yes, happy Friday, everyone. Forgot to mention that. So yeah, Monday through Friday, I stream around noon, and we do a full project or continuation in this case. And then for the weekend, I stream closer to 1 p.m. Eastern time, so an hour later. And then those days, I have no mic. We just hang out, we got some cozy vibes. I encourage you guys to kick back, relax. I mean, you should do that every day. But on the weekend, it's even more chill. RB cannot join the heist. Too poor. Pulling for the poor. Reaper says, yes, I'm ready. Is Ricky ready? Yep, Ricky's sitting right next to me. He's really excited. Yeah, for me, it is Saturday. I have no concept of time. I had fun writing the vampire one. Vampires are fun. This is already my second coffee of the day. I am so ready for today's stream. It's going to be a good one. Yeah, I jinxed you, Ray. That's what I do. Yoni said, wait, so the first donation gets 2 rolls? Kind of. Essentially, you roll with advantage, which means that you can pick between 2 options. So you are doubling your chances to get a tavern pet, a free priority ticket, all those other kind of cool things. Also, just in case, like maybe you're not interested in getting a mutation, but you want to do like a battle damage detail to the model, you'll have a better opportunity to get the thing that you want. Yeah, technically happy hour is a happy half hour. Unless there's 2 donations in the day, then I will double happy hour to be a proper full hour. But the stream already has been extended. I added another 30 minutes to the Tavern Keeper's Craft. So our live streams are now clocking in closer to 3.5 to 4 hours on average instead of under 3. Undershare your art. I'm assuming that is from Reaper. Oh, you did both of us. Heck yeah. Okay, Ricky, you're gonna freaking love this.
Ooh.
All right, so Reaper has treated us to pretty much putting us in the Danny Phantom universe. This was done by Taylor Beth, Reaper, same person.
Oh, awesome.
It's both of us. All right, come in close to my face so you can we can recreate. Well, it's
you
weird.
have your mic in the...
It's only a
What
little...
are you, an amateur?
Only a little bit. I think you did a super good job.
I think so. Oh, I'm on this side.
Oh, Aloha donated. Hey, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Dude, that's perfect.
It's awesome.
You look like such a stud. Look at you.
Oh, but not in real life?
I'm saying the style suits you.
Uh-huh.
Heck yeah.
That's awesome.
We love it. Ooh, look how
Fantastic.
things are redeeming. Tavern Pet is summoned. Aloha has donated. Boop, boop, boop. It's not D20 Destiny time. That's for happy hour. But technically now if someone else donates, then it doubles happy hour. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It looks fantastic.
It looks absolutely amazing. Gosh, you really nailed your facial hair too.
Mm-hmm. Got a little bit of the mullet going on too.
A little bit? No, it looks really good. I'm actually really impressed how you did his hair. Heck yeah. I love it so much. Reaper is the best. Just Lingual says Ricky is a stud. Everyone's flooding the chat with hearts. I love it.
Hearts for Ricky.
Hearts for Ricky. Oh my god. Amazing. What a solid way to start the stream. Oh, and a reminder, if you too would like to be brought into this art style, which why wouldn't you, who didn't love, it's like Danny Phantom, but also very much so Fairly Odd Parents. Reaper has a Ko-Fi where you can donate. I don't think they have the commissions officially up yet, but bookmark that page because they're going to be up there and they freaking rock. So I think it's safe to say Reaper has absolutely figured out this style. They've done me twice now. I feel, wow, we got really spoiled. We got a little twofer on that one.
Sure did.
And then Corey looks so good too. Oh, gosh. You're killing it. I'm so happy with it. Oh yes, pulling for Reaper. Absolutely. Yeah, no, we are going to print and frame it. 100%. Bam. You are now pulling rich as well. Thank you again. That is just so kick-ass. aggressive reminder to follow their art, all of the things. Reaper, if you have like other socials and stuff, whether it's Instagram or whatever you want to post. Oh, cool, you did another guy too. Heck yeah. Please link all of your stuff so we can all follow you and support you and be thankful. Yeah, the talent in this community is outrageous. Seriously. Oh my gosh, Ricky, can you give currency too? Can you give coin?
Because you're my own.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I can't give a ton. I only have like 60, so I gave her like half my coin.
Wow. Don't. Happy hours can be disaster because I think Seder also has enough pulling to do a D20 roll.
Yeah.
This is why I saw this happening and I'm like, D20 rolls are going to have to be limited to a certain section of the stream. Miniplay says, Mia, you do not have to send me your rain. Oh yeah, it's storming pretty good over there, isn't it? All right, I think that's all of the updates. I covered a lot. If you guys have any questions or on what's going on, just let me know. Making my light a little bit on the cooler side. There we go. Seder, I'm saving for things. Yeah, I know you're doing something. I know you're being a problem. Aloha says, can I trade my donation gold for the much more valuable points, please, Madame M3DM? Sure. What is our currency translation on donations and poing? If they donate $5, that's a D20 Destiny. I said it was 100.
Need to get an additional 100 for that. And how much is it's 300 to roll?
Yeah. So, and they donated
so $5
$2.
Gets you 400?
No. When they no. That would be outrageous, the problem. With what? God, I'm going to just immediately see the chaos. No, when they donate $5, they get a roll and 100 point. So $5 equals 100 point. So what is that, 20 per? So that would get them 40. Yeah. Yeah, Aloha. 400 looks good to me. Ricky is worse than math than I am. It's not putting the bar very high either. Aloha, I'm going to give you 40 because we're terrible at math. It's fine. Outrageous. My goat, Ricky. No, we're not going by those rules. Ricky, you are a moderator on the channel. You should be able to actually spawn currency. I'm not saying you should try. If you do, please, it's add points with their username and then 1. A singular point. Choose someone to gift 1 point to. Grimnir's here. Hey, welcome in. Seder, a problem? Me, Madame. I am aghast. Empress says, you can't both be bad at math. Please pick a struggle each. Are you just adding points to yourself?
If I can.
Ricky.
I can!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. Sorry, guys. I shouldn't have told Ricky that. Taylor's in. Welcome in. Just Lingual says, Mia is mechanical engineer. Also, Mia, not good at math. No, very, very true. Like, that's actually more common than you might think. And by bad at math, I mean like basic algebra. Don't ask me to add. I can explain like fundamentals of calculus to you all day, but no adding, thank you. Hey, Maniac's here. Welcome in. Yeah. Guys, duel Ricky. Deal with him. I'm gonna have to make the D20 roll of pulling worth like 1,000 because this is gonna absolutely get out of hand. Alrighty. This is going well. We're all settling in. A couple minutes more and we'll get rolling to the main Tavern Keeper's Craft. Quick summary on all of the things we went over this morning so far. There's a new question of the day at the top of the chat. Go ahead and vote for that. Moo has a new emoji for all YouTube channel members to enjoy, different than subscribers. D20 of Destiny has been changed. When you donate, you get 100 points. It's only limited to happy hour. First donation gets advantage. You can roll twice. Second donation will double happy hour. That will stack with any other donation. So Aloha has already donated once. So we're halfway there to double happy hour. There's a new heist that's vampire themed. 66% win rate and 66% payout. Enjoy. The freebie of the day is the female blacksmith. which is on my Patreon. Looks super good. I'm not gonna pull it up again because I already closed it. And that's everything. That is everything for the day. Yeah, ZBrush Tourist. I like that. Oh, Empress has announced they're probably going to join my mentorship program as a birthday present to themselves. So, of course, I am a gracious overlord. I sent them a discount code. Also, happy early birthday, Empress. They said their birthday is May 2nd, so we're a little early. But if you're here on stream, I'll make sure to make a big deal about it. Ricky.
What? They were 1 point short.
They were 1 point short. Oh, they summoned a Taver pet and then I didn't do it. I just completely forgot. Boop. Moo was summoned. I am going to work on the other stickers slowly but surely. Empress says, thank you. I am turning to dust. 30. We're almost the same. We're almost the same age. Oh, just lingual. $2 donation. It's playing time. Well, okay. Well, there we go. Happy hour is officially doubled. So, good job, peasants. Happy hour by default is a happy half hour, actually. But today we'll do a full hour. What did I give Aloha? I don't have, like... Okay, you know what? The currency system here and the conversion is subject to Mia brain economy, which is Mia math economy, which is very unstable. We're gonna go with 40. Oh shit, you gave him money too. Ricky! It's like when you ask your dad, like, can I go do this? And you're like, no, go ask your mom. And then like she says yes, but we both said yes.
Yeah.
Well, now Aloha's 10 short. Is that our favorite child? Just single. This is even funnier because Ricky and I are never gonna have kids. Oh my god. Amazing, amazing. Sater says, oh geez, thank you for reminding me I'm one of the oldest people here. Normally that is Mia's job. It's true. It's true. Also, Ricky is 28. We are both the same age right now. But I'm 3 months older. I turned 29 on December 14th. Amazing. Right. Whoa. Aloha. Did you hear that? Christ. On a real note, thank you guys so much for the early donations. We're starting the stream hot. I like it. Second coffee, down. I think we're ready for the main event of the day. Aloha says, sounds like another uprising is needed. Speaking of, I have something very important to tell you guys. There's this stupid thing that I can enable that I will randomly one day, but I can't tell you. Essentially, if you guys are able to spam the same emoji enough times in a row with no one interrupting, you guys will all get point awarded to you. So one of these days, randomly, I'm going to make it so when you guys do your spamming of the bee emoji, I'm going to make it so all of the peasant uprising is literally a thing. You guys will literally earn point for that. But I can't tell you when because you'll break it. So I'm just going to like roll D20 every day. And Ricky's leaving. Bye.
Bye.
And if your odds, like if I've rolled between a 15 and a 20, I'll enable it for the day. If I roll less than that, I won't. This is the only time I'm going to tell you guys about this. So there you go. I have officially made your guys' stupid little uprising real, and you'll be awarded for it. My water is so far away. There we go. Yes, the uprising is officially real. Yep. It's not a thing today, by the way. Don't even try. But yeah, as soon as I saw that module, it's like emote combo, I was like, that's so stupid. Why would anyone do that? And I'm like, oh my god, my peasants literally already do that. Oh my goodness. Mini Blaze, you're telling this on Spicy Friday? You know what's going to happen. But I told you guys, like, it's not happening right now. Like, it's literally not a thing yet. We'll test it every day. That's about what I'm expecting. How many bee spams does it have to be? And does it have to be the same person? Does not have to be the same person. Has to be several different people. I will not tell you how many or how many people because you'll break it. So yes. All right. I think that is all set. Just lingual. We don't uprise for the polling. We uprise for the ideology. I know. That's rich coming from someone who paid for pulling. All right, I'm gonna pin back my hair on both sides. Cannot have the fluff interrupting the creation process. It's not about the money. I see a Lois meme. Beautiful. All right, I don't have cute little clips. I just have this giant sectioning clip. That's fine. There. All right, we are pinned back. Serious. It's art time. First, no confetti. Party's over. All right. Welcome to the Tavern Keeper's Craft. We are continuing our work on Nuckelavee. Let's talk about what this is and where it came from. This was requested by my patron Dewey, who has supported my Patreon for 14 months. Thank you so much. Nuckelavee literally just means devil of the sea. It is from Scottish folklore, and not only does it terrorize peasants, it also terrorizes other supernatural, which is pretty cool. Essentially, it's an embodiment of like plague and pestilence. Pretty cool, pretty scary. That's the gist of it. It is a skinless horse and human that have been fused together. There's different interpretations of it, but largely this is what it looks like. This is my absolute favorite reference, provided from Minnie. No, I gotta say Minnie Plays. I can't shorten your name now. All right, let me pull up that reference. Excellent. All right. And then we'll start working on this. This is your guys' peasant hub, so feel free to post memes, post references. Anything chat related is relevant. Very good. And if you guys need me, go ahead and type in M3DM. It'll ping my name in there. If it's just a bunch of jokes, that's fine. But during Tavern Keeper's Craft, let's keep it somewhat focused. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. But if you need my attention, it should be relevant. All right, excellent. So currently the lead of the poll is the human rider skeleton dude to work on first, followed by the horse and then the base and dead last. Because I'm a problem, I'm actually gonna make the base right now. Not fully detailed, but I do want something there. And then I will actually honor the poll, and that will be the skeleton. I won't spend a lot of time on the base since it did not win the poll, but having something there I think will make nice progress. I'm going to duplicate the leg, go to tool, import, and I do have some spooky vases I can go ahead and import right away. Just to get some literal grounding for this character. All right, we have a castle, fancy floor, don't remember that. The desert one might fit quite well. And it's elliptical, and it's a desert. Perfect. All right, unify. Let's rotate that 90 degrees. Perfect. That will be something nice and spooky. It kind of serves as a nice reminder too that at the end of the day, this is going to be 3D printed. All right. Let's get some color on here. There we are. And then same with the rock, something dark. There we go. Just a bit to literally ground the model. I think this rock pile is a touch too big. So let's individually select those, hover over my gizmo with the mask inverted, and shrink that down. Perfect, because I don't want to mess with the silhouette as we're designing. Ooh, a cookie uprising. You know, I'll probably go in between bees and cookies for the uprising, just to keep y'all on your toes. I like the skulls, but I don't want them to be in the way. So let me kind of tuck them back here for now. Perfect. All right. the last thing I'm going to do to kind of add some oomph to this base is a color spray. I'm going to change it by alpha from dots to color spray, and that will just give me like a variety of color that's hopefully not so purple. I can lower the RGB intensity and the saturation to hopefully get a better color. There we go. I can do that. Then drag rectangle, a slightly darker tone. Perfect. And then I think it'd be really cool if I went in with back face mask and added kind of like a red glow under the feet. There we go, just something nice and a little bit of fun. Mini Blaze says, Mia, I know it's not time yet, but for something to mull over, this is a guy from the sea, maybe a bit of seaweed coming out of the horse and body. Yes and no. I don't see that in literally any of the representations or depictions of this monster. And interestingly, going over fresh water is how you escape them, and that's different than the sea. But I don't think I want to go with more of a swamp approach on this. Interesting idea. I don't think it's going to work for this specific model. Never hurts to bring it up though and ask. All right, almost done with this. And then we have lots of time left over. I'll go ahead and put more time into the base, but I wanted to have something here. Cool. Perfect. All right. Now with that out of the way, I'll go ahead and get to the skeleton rider, which is what y'all voted for. For now, let's go ahead and adjust our lighting. Let's go with like a spookier lighting, but something that's still easy to read. Usually when you put a lighting underneath, that's how you get like that spooky effect. Also, kind of a fun fact, if you select a light and you double click, I think it is, it'll actually put the light behind it. It's kind of cool. There we go. See, the light is now behind the model. That looks really cool. It's just kind of hard to see. Empress says, so Mia, I noticed your buttons are gray instead of the default orange. I don't know how to change them yet, but is there a color preference just easier to see? Yeah, just a color preference. It is a bit, I think it is a bit easier to see as well. If you want to change that yourself, go to Preferences, Eye Colors, and this is how you change all those things. You click on one, hold it down, and then drag it over to find the color that you'd like. Good question and observation. There we go. Something a bit more dramatic. Having fun playing with the colors and the matte caps for just a moment here, because we're going to be looking at this all day, so might as well make something that's nice to look at. I usually go with skin shade, but we have a lot of other fun options. There's flat colors. I love to see if my colors and values are being consistent. All right. Yoni says, mine is purple. Very nice. I'm surprised it's not green. Ooh, that's kind of a cool color. My only problem with using the ones up here, matte caps versus standard materials, the difference is matte caps have shadows pre-baked into them. So if I come up to my matte caps and try to adjust my lighting scene, it's not actually going to change anything, unfortunately. So the ones down here, you just have a lot more control over them. Yeah, I'm surprised mine, I used to have everything black and pink, but it was kind of hard to see on stream. It looked a bit jarring, so I changed it. Ooh, this satin's kind of cool. It's too dark, but I could fix that. I kind of like that. Again, it's too dark though. Bummer. I'm gonna turn on my scene adjustments just to make sure everything is nice and easy to see. There we go. Just Lingual says, I can't see pink. It's a skill issue. Took the words right out of my mouth. Ooh, I like that. And there's a small shine to this, which will kind of give it that flayed flesh look we're going for. Perfect. Emperor says, wait, really? I didn't know the matte caps had shadows baked in. I wanted to work with something that wasn't the white gray blob. I might be saying that incorrectly. But yeah, essentially, like, I think that's about correct, the way I'm saying that. But if you want to play with stuff and your lighting scene to be more in your control, go ahead and go to standard materials instead, not matte cap. Paint says, Mia, when I subscribe to your class on Patreon, how does it start off with work? Essentially, I ask you some questions like what your goal is, your skill level, but unless you're like a practicing industry professional, I start everyone off from the fundamentals. So your very, very first assignment will just be setting up your desk, setting up your tablet, and then user interface. I think it's user interface, navigation, and brushes. Those are the first 3 assignments I have you do. And they are videos that you follow, but really, you can ask me questions at absolutely any time. I want to be very clear that I don't just give you guys a bunch of videos. I'm like, okay, now go learn by yourself. Like, that's not mentorship. Okay, I'm happy with the scene here. This looks a lot more interesting, and it's easy to see. All right, let's go to Downloads, Nuckelavee, and save over what I had. Perfect. We're gonna put a stamp of our cool, scary dude up here. Perfect. Okay, let's get started. So we're gonna work on just our little scary fellow for right now. We're gonna call this human, even though it's anything but human. And then now we have some interesting style decisions. So I'm looking through our references right now, and I'm gonna show you guys my whole thought process. All right. So my favorite reference in here that was provided from Mini Blaze, this one. I love that the mouth is kind of seeping down to its chest, and you see this similar mouth mirrored on front of the horse. Very cool. It's a little more of like an artistic interpretation. I haven't seen that on any of the others. My second favorite reference though was this one, and I really love this skull shape. It kind of reminds me of the mask from Bleach, the Espada. It's kind of, I don't know, something about this reminds me of them. So I like a lot of elements here. Ultimately, I think that the horns are going a bit more demonic. So I'm trying to decide if that's more of the approach I want to go, or if I want to really just dig into like the flayed flesh. Because I don't want it to just look like, and this has more that demonic look as well. So right now I'm just making a decision of like, okay, do I want it more demonic or more of like just like flayed ghoul? I think I'm going to, I like the idea of the horns because it's going to make the silhouette more interesting. However, I like my current main favorite, which is more like this, because all of it is flayed and a bit more seamless. I want them to be kind of indistinguishable from each other. So this is an interesting thing for me to kind of consider here. Because I can add some horns and spikes still and have interesting silhouette without just going full demon. Okay. I think I narrated enough of that thought process. Yes. Okay. We're going to stick with just flayed anatomy all over. Ooh, that's cool. Excellent. Empress said, would an asymmetrical horn look less demon? Absolutely it would. So yeah, I'm going to play with more of an asymmetrical silhouette. I think that'd be perfect. Good thinking. What about something like Hellboy? Not for this model. Not for the style I'm going to go for here. But yes, Reaper is spot on. Arms for days. Absolutely. Okay. Just Lingual says, Mia, maybe like Skin like the species 8472 from Star Trek. Is this it? No, that's a mech. Send the picture. Don't know what you're talking about, but I want to see. I do like the Hellboy styled horns, are super epic. I just don't think it suits this specific character. All right, we're now gonna start splitting. Here we go. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm gonna be using textures like this throughout the model. Empress, I flay my skin once a month. It keeps me looking useful and spry. Don't share our womanly secrets. Okay. I'm gonna split the head and then start working on this skull-like shape. I don't know if I really want to sculpt a skull from scratch, but that's what we're doing. We're not half-assing here. Let me start thinking about an interesting, scary head shape. So right now, I'm really going to start playing with shapes, and you guys get to see how I do that. I'm going to have Dynamesh enabled, and I'm going to come in with H polish. I'm going to start just flattening out planes. I'm really just kind of simplifying this as much as I can to look for a shape that I find interesting. So I'm really not going through this with anything super specific in mind, other than knowing that it's going to be long, severe, and harsh angles. And kind of alien as well. I also want something that's going to do well with horns and spikes to accentuate it. You guys are gonna see me doing this a lot. I'm not mad. I am sculpting face. I also think it'd be cool if the head was exceptionally long and spooky, because it kind of reminds me of like a horse face. Most of these interpretations of Nuckelavee are more of like a literal human ghoul sitting on top, which, though very cool, I do kind of want to put my own spin on it and maybe a bit more on the alien side. We'll see. Even eldritch abominations need some skincare. Preach. I'm actually gonna come in with Dynamesh and polish to really kind of keep my forms nice and crisp. Even though at the end, I don't plan for this to be a hard surface model. I like those shapes overall. And then I'm gonna want some sort of like severe cheekbone and really haunting eyes as well. Mini Blaze says, Mia, maybe a long face. Why the long face? But yes, yes, absolutely. All right, so I've used my move brush when Alt, or actually it's Option on Mac, held down to kind of punch in these holes. As cool as I think this is, like the shape, I think what's really gonna sell it, I think I'm going to work on an elaborate lower jaw. I really want my students to notice that I'm not coming into this with a very strong plan, am I? And that's intentional. This is what I call like literally playing with clay. Like I'm having fun here. It's really cool for me to kind of just be loose with the design, and I'm constantly reassessing the things that I like about it and then pushing those further. So I kind of just made a loop here as the jaw. And I intentionally don't have anything connecting in the center because I think I want it to look really bony and odd. It's looking a bit almost like bird-like right now. Is that a form I'm going to explore? I'm not sure. Justin Will says, what quality of eyes makes it more or less haunting? Showing a lot of depth, and it's specifically the looking down and looking up through your eyelids. Like, that's what I'm looking like. This is like bright and friendly, right? But it's like that creepy stare. It's like dropping the head and looking up through your brow. Like, yes, spoopy. And then lowering this as much as possible. Just a little bit. Mini Blaze says, I posted an interesting mouth idea. Let's look. Ah, something on the left maybe. Yeah, it's super flayed upwards. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm going for right here. I'll keep that in mind. So now I'm reassessing it with the rest of the model to kind of see if I'm interested in like this bird-like man that I'm making. I don't think I want a long snout to create that effect. I think I'm going to start making it a little bit more humanoid instead. I'm actually going to shorten this up and I'm going to make the jaw the highlight. Why did I pivot to that? I pivoted to this because it was a bit redundant in forms to have like this long face and a long jaw. They were kind of fighting for attention. So instead of having this, I'm going to cut this off and then let the jaw do the work. Let's move in back face mask. So I can't get too far into this design without adding teeth. So I'll start creating some teeth very shortly. And then for 3D printing purposes, I would like if I made this so long that it rested on the chest to some extent. So the whole point of this is that it says like with a breath from this creature, it can sour milk and poison crops. So that's especially why I like the idea of having like this open maw, like it's like just belching poison and plague. So I'm likely going to push the throat back very far and kind of have a tongue coming from way back. Maybe even just like a bunch of tendrils, I'm not sure. If you guys are curious, like, why not just stick with the original concept, which pretty much is like a human skull? Why are you pushing this to be something different? I've done a lot of human skull based like ghouls and stuff, and if I do that, it's pretty much just going to be like designs I already have. Like I have a headless horseman too, except the only difference is there's no legs. So I want to push it to be something that'll stand out more in my asset, in my library. And it's just kind of fun for me to challenge myself and make something that I think would fit in the M3DM universe. I also think that having like this lolling tongue would kind of mirror these lolling arms that we have. All right, skimming through the chat really quick, see if you guys have any questions and whatnot. Ray says, Mia, I'm afraid that spooky scary isn't really your defining trait. What do you mean? There we go. I'm kind of finding a more interesting shape here that I like. All right, I want the eyes to feel like they're sinking in as well. Ooh, that's interesting. Ah. I like this like punk rock of this too. The face flaps full of teeth. That's pretty cool. That's pretty metal. All right, the face somehow is looking cute. Let me fix this. There we go. All right, need to pull the eyes back up into the head. Right now I'm like literally just pulling shapes. And this is getting a little spindly and I'm not crazy about that. So I'm gonna turn off Dynamesh and polish because it's just not doing a great job. And I'm just gonna have normal Dynamesh, no polish. Not thrilled about the way that that was working out. There we go. There's my shapes. Very cool. So because this is a hard surface element, I'm actually going to pivot from Dynamesh to ZRemesher because I want my flat planes to stay more flat. And I'll come in with H polish because I'm probably going to texture this to look like bone. Oh yes, Venom, a classic. Absolutely. A lot of these remind me of the method I use on Venom for the gaping jaw. Reminder that Aloha made this. Yeah, you're amazing. We got some talented artists here. Surround yourself with the best. It's the only way to do it. All right, move and back face mask. A question for all of my creatives, kind of like a fun trivia thing. It might seem obvious, it might not, we'll see. There's lots of different answers for this. Do you guys know why I am starting with the head when I'm pushing these forms? Why am I spending so much time on the head before I move on? Micah's here. Morning. For 7 minutes at least. Morning. I think it'd be fun if we had maybe like a split tongue or a couple tongues. Again, it's supposed to be like plague and pestilence. I want it to be gross. All right, before I get too much farther, I really need to add teeth. And then, as fun as this little like cat head shaped skull, it's not looking very scary. There we are. Let's pull this back and up, out of the way. There we go. Just Lingual says, Mia, to get ahead of the curve. Pun and no. To make the most headway. No. Another pun. One more pun, you get deducted point. Aloha says the head is used to tell the proportions of everything else, and it's how you push different horror elements by breaking the rules and making Long Noodle Man. Fell apart a little bit at the end there, but I love the direction. Sater says because the head and hands are going to be the focal points of the creature. Yes. That was it. So that's going to set the tone for the rest of the model and the shape language for the rest of the model. Yes, there we go. And tonally, it's going to be what tells the viewer this thing isn't and never was human. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm not wanting to make that human skull, because I really want that to look separate. Corey says, Mia, it's looking a bit Mind Flayer-esque. Heck yeah, it is. All right, it's time to start adding teeth. So to add teeth, I like to use curved tubes, go to stroke, and then have that curve modifier. I think I already did that, so I don't have to do it again. Once Z. And there was bits of truth in every answer I saw in there, so good job. Except for Just Lingual. Everyone, good job, except for Just Lingual. Mean 3DM. Alrighty. Where is my curve modifier? There. All right, so I want the teeth to be spiky, but you kind of have to run like a fragile balance here. When you do really long teeth, it can look busy really quickly. I think what's really going to suit this model is if the teeth are tucked forward a bit and all crooked and screwed up. So right now I have just the same teeth, and they are symmetrical, but I don't want to look like he has bucked teeth. So we're going to put just a center tooth right here and another one on the other side. But I didn't put them in symmetrically on purpose. If they're looking a bit inflated, they are. Part of that is for 3D printing, but also it's easier to thin it down afterwards than it is to try to fix it if it's too thin to start with. All right, there's the beginning of some teeth. I'm gonna duplicate it and rotate them for the bottom. It does need to have that same curve, so I'm gonna flip it 180 degrees with my 3D gizmo. Alrighty, and now we're gonna briefly hide the tongues. There we go. So I can focus a little more on these teeth. I can easily move them around by holding Move Topological at a high Z intensity, and I can literally just click and drag and it won't deform them too much. And if it does, that's totally fine. I can clean it up later. We're so early here in finding different shapes. I might be a little too early to start adding teeth to this jaw, but I feel ready for it, and it's gonna help me kind of make some more decisions on all the shapes I have to contend with. All right, I like what Sater put in with it had like that teeth skin flap almost. I think I'm gonna continue that idea in my own design by lining the top of the jaw with that. Here we go. Not cuddly. And most importantly, not very kissable. Yep, no thanks. So alternatively, if I wasn't doing the tongues, I probably would go for a double jaw instead. Without the tendrils, he looks really, really happy. Does he? All right. Now it's really important that this is not symmetrical. So I'm gonna use my Move Topological brush and just start pulling and pushing different sections of teeth. Yes, most importantly, not very kissable. Thank you, Ray. Immediately iconic. So interestingly, I think that the eyes are actually too big. So I'm going to inflate this shape, lower the resolution, and work on this top head piece. I actually think no eyes might be the way to go. We'll see. I could just tell that the top of the head wasn't as interesting as the rest of it, so I just went ahead and got rid of it. Notice that I'm not a big fan of reworking the same piece of a model over and over again. I'll just remove it entirely. Especially when you're early on in designing, don't get too attached to your concepts. I think something that I'm missing is going to add that little like orbital bone layer. Reaper said, Mia, why have a jaw at all? Could just be an open orifice. Yeah, that's more similar to what my reference looks like. I personally like the jaw because it has like the lolling tongues. I like the separation right here. Though I do wonder if I just had this all the way down, how that would look. Nah. Worth looking at though. Oh, wasn't that from Last of Us? Yeah. Oh, no. Stranger Things. It reminds me of the Last of Us clickers until, you know, the whole head opens. I like the flower opening idea, and that makes me want to have like screaming tendrils. Again, plague, pestilence. I need to round these teeth off a little bit more. So I'm going to take my move brush and just push in the center to make more of a curve. I also think maybe making the head a little asymmetrical could be interesting. I don't know if I'm ready to add an element like that quite yet. But I like the idea of the teeth kind of creeping up on the side, but not on the other. So yesterday I did a really good job of like pulling up references like the horse skull, for example, and creating it. Today I want to dig more into like, how do you make a design your own? How do you play with shapes? So that's what's happening here right now. Foxy says, Bunny says, is the rider jaw going to be the same as the horse jaw? No plans on it yet. But that is kind of structurally the shape language I'm going for right now. Foxy says, Mia, may I humbly ask for a lurk and return for those of us who have to cook and eat or do other things as you stream. What would that command do? Would I recap what happened? Or I like the commands, I just don't know what like they do. Ray says, Mia, can maybe accentuate the curve at the top of the lift. Absolutely, and I think I ended up doing that right before I read your comment, so same wavelength, I like it. More tongue, with consent. Very good. And then Sater telling Mini Blaze, good one with the tremors ref. I was thinking of a split jaw thing too, but couldn't quite figure out what was tickling my brain about it. I agree. All right, I think the asymmetrical mouth is a good way to go here. I need more room though to show the actual like maw of the creature. There we go. The depth is going to be important. Okay, I'm not going to get too much more work done on the head because we're getting to some really interesting shape language. And I want to make sure that I move throughout the rest of the design to start incorporating that and see if it's going to work. Because I can make this really, really interesting face, but it might not flow with the rest of the model. You know, like when you're drawing in 2D and you draw this beautiful eye by itself, and now you're like, oh God, I have to draw a head to fit this face. It's so much more difficult to do. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Severe weather alert. Okay. We're gonna get lots of rain and thunder in about 30 minutes. More is more. Agreed. All right, I think that's a good start. All right, I'm gonna start merging down a lot of these pieces so I can continue to freely move the rest of it. I'm gonna merge the head down, the jaw, and the jaw teeth. Something is hidden. No, it's not. And then of course, all of the tendrils. Now that this is all on the same plane, what I can do is click and drag it forward because we're pretty much, it's becoming a tentacle monster. So right now I'm kind of playing with how the neck shape is going to fit into this. I want it to be readable without being too flimsy. I think it needs to be, the head needs to be lower because I'm a big fan of the hunch. All right, to move this, I could use my move brush, but a faster way is to bring your gizmo with with W. Click Y to toggle to the line, so it's toggling back and forth, and then click and drag. There we go. A little too far forward, I'm aware. But just playing with some shapes. I even think it'd be interesting if the tendrils connected back further. This is actually kind of taking Reaper's idea, but Reaper was like, why have a jaw at all? Why not just have it like, there's just like a hole, right? I think it'd be interesting that from the side view, we could see these tongues connect in this big, like, pretty much like secondary mouth. It's almost like I'm bringing in that double jaw idea that I originally want to do. Whenever I say double jaw, I'm just thinking of eels. All right, let's Dynamesh. I'm using my standard brush to kind of build up a lip right here that I could maybe connect. See? I don't know, I just think it'd be a cool idea. And this is exactly why I want to move on to another part of the model, because I'm like, I might, oh my God, that is kind of what I'm doing right now. It might be interesting to take all these weird tongues, duplicate them, and put them lower on the body as well. Kind of like this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, horrifying. Yeah, we are going to incorporate this idea on the horse for sure, where it pulls all the way back. And that'll happen naturally because it's going to be a skull. All right, I missed some pings. Let me scroll up. Ray, Mia, oh my God, you ever heard of Hear Me Out? Cake. No. Boxy, Mia. So StreamOn's bot gives a message along the lines of, person thinks doing other things is more important than the stream. That's pretty funny. Mini Blaze, Mia, sorry thunder is too much. Thought I'd send some rain back. Thanks, Mini Blaze. All right, looking good. Thanks for the posture check. No problem. Very good. Does anyone have any questions on how we got here or why I made the decisions that I did? I tried to narrate my process as much as possible so you guys could see like what I created here doesn't really look like any of our references, but it does. So let's review the references really quick without covering what I just made because that defeats the point. There we go. Let's just scoot him over. There we go. Let's turn him this way. But yeah, it's really important to me that you guys know how I got here, so you can make your own cool, scary stuff too. All right, so our references for Nuckelavee looked more like this. We focus on the horse a lot, riding the thestrals, and the actual humanoid himself is pretty much just a skeleton, maybe a bit more on the demon side. That's been an option. But many of these are just like, some of them are just normal looking riders even. I love that. But I came to this one because I like all like the length and the spindliness of it. But I don't want to be like the same textured flesh all over. And I really like tendrils and eldritch horror, which to me means either lots of eyeballs or no eyeballs. I also wanted it to be something that's unique in my own take on it while still being recognizable as Nuckelavee. Gross. Thank you, paint. The thing. Minibly says, Mia, so if we're moving on to the neck, maybe a spine showing and keep that part of the human. Absolutely. I agree. I think detailing a spine all the way down will help keep it that way. Nuckelavee. Oh yeah, I'm saying knuckle, like knuckle. Yeah, you don't pronounce the second E. That sounds right. And it's not a nitpick. It's just, if you say it's a nitpick, it sounds like a nitpick. But it's not a nitpick. It's just, this is how you pronounce it. Nuckelavee. All right, it's important that as fun as all the different tendrils and tongues are, they don't get in the way. So I'm going to grab my move topological and kind of sort out this shape language a little bit more. I like the idea of, they look like they're seeking, you know? I would like if these tendrils were detailed enough and with an interesting enough curve where it looks like they're seeking for other things to infect. Almost like they're sentient. The way that an octopus can like easily articulate each limb. I'm going to use ZBrush and same to keep the topology nice and clean as I work on these. There we go. That's readable and gross. Good. All right, these lower ones are a bit of a pain right now. So I'm going to use auto groups and click on them to separate them into their own piece. I'm going to further isolate it to just one. And these aren't really going to affect the silhouette. These are more going to just lay flat on the model itself. Something more like that. Yes. Right, says Mia, I think you should make Ricky manually rig each tongue. Lol. No, I will be posing this one on stream. Good one though. All right. Using our move transpose line to add a little more shape. Very cool. I kind of like that from the side. Almost looks like a backwards rib cage. Kind of neat. Foxy says, sorry, I'm not able to participate in the community stuff and chat. Are you being ignored by the bot or are you just busy? They're looking horrific. Really great job. Thank you. Aloha says, Mia, sorry for the but me and the peasants were discussing whether the man or the horse should be caked up or possibly both. Bad ping. Bad peasant. Oh, reminder if you haven't already, please like the stream. It makes a huge difference. But at the very least, y'all talking and being fantastic, also great, also appreciated. All right, how is all this pulling going? Is this fine? Ray or Corey looks like, is this getting out of control? Do I need to nerf you guys? It was a pretty generous payout today. Or not generous payout, but generous odds. I keep seeing Corey pop up, winning over and over again. Corey's at 172. Okay, no, we're fine. That's fine. I'll leave this for now. Very good. Foxy says, I'm just busy. That's a-okay. There will be many, many more streams to participate in and be a menace. All right, let's move on to the next body part, which is this chest. The shape is mostly what I want it to look like. I'm just going to be focusing on the side silhouette and that hunch. So let's pull the shoulder blades out a touch and the spine. All right, adding this divot here for the spine, and then these little bumps right here will eventually be developed into shoulder blades. The spine might end up just being its own subtool. Actually, I know that it will be. But for now, we'll just have the impression of it. So I'm going to start overlapping some subtools. See how this is creeping up the neck? It's going to be a really irregular shape. But it's going to be really easy for me to sculpt on, and I'm kind of starting to build in some details here. Adding a stronger point to the shoulder here. Serves as a bony landmark. It's also just more clear and readable as a design. And then H polish to clean up this shape. This being a clear like indentation or hole is going to look much more interesting. And then I think I like the idea of the ribcage being kind of short and stubby. I don't want the rest of this to draw too much attention because the main focal point is all these tongues and tendrils and whatnot. Ray proposes an 80% win rate, 5% payout. Not the worst idea, but you guys would break it. And yes, Mini Voice says, Mia, this is gross, but you do have some ZBrush, so why not give him visible intestines? Oh yes, that will be happening. Paint said, did Moo ever get added? He did, but he is separate on each stream section. I will redeem him for free right now, though. Yeah, no one has redeemed Pet Maverick, which not that he minds. He is sound asleep. He probably doesn't want a pet right now. Ooh. More extreme. Okay, I like how you developed the face a bit more here. Having that line work, this is from Seder, is something I'm definitely going to do. That is cool. I like the big curve under shape instead of out. I might play with that. So here's an easy way for me to test that out. I can just split the jaw. And this is why I polygroup things the way that I do. Can lower it, and it actually will hinge pretty naturally. Oh, I didn't grab any of the teeth. Hey, where are the teeth? This one tooth is its own piece, I guess. That's funny. There we go. I'm gonna test out this shape. I don't know if I'm gonna like it, but I suspect I will. Oh, that's totally what this reminds me of. Yeah, this looks very similar. All right, focusing on Sater's sketch for a second here. Because it looks like it'd be so easy for me to take this shape and then try it out. Because it just so happens that the curve of the jaw right here fits right here perfectly. So I make it larger and set it right here, there, and then it's going to be more like that. Stretches out much farther though. How is that reading with the rest of the design? With the rest of the design, I might want to keep it small. By itself as a standalone creature, I do like that better. Let me hide the tongue so I can really look at this. It really sits even lower on your reference, more like that. Yeah, as a standalone creature, I like your design better. To not muddy up the silhouette here, I like what I had previously. Still love the creativity and the ideas though. I'm gonna have to pin that though. I feel like we need to come back to this, and this needs to be developed into its own monster entirely. Empress, not Sater having big art skills too, right? This is so creepy with like the little like hands on the side of the mouth. Ugh, God. Sater says, Mia, leave the jaw the size it was, but attach it to a gross neck flap, like the monster Yoshi. So Bunny posted. All right, you said leave the jaw the size that it is and attach it to a gross neck flap. I am neck flapless. I mean, it's kind of like this. I just haven't brought it. Bringing that down, I do think looks better. What if I like made this neck flap more pronounced? Kind of like, you guys know like a cuttlefish? I feel like this reminds me of a cuttlefish, the way that I can have this shape right here, like wave. Yeah. Regardless, we are increasing neck flappage. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Sater says, Empress, I'm more than just a pretty face. A classic. You guys are doing the thing. You were definitely making this design better, bit by bit. I'm gonna lower the shoulders, I think. I'm not sure. Also, what happened to his neck? There it is. Because from the front, I'm worried it's not really reading clear. From the side, it does. But I feel like this needs to slope downwards more with a clear section. We just need a little bit more separation between forms. There we go. And there still will be a collarbone, even though this is such a weird monster. So at the base of the neck, have that little point, and then kind of like that cupid bow-like shape. I just used the ZBrush for that, and then #1 on my keyboard to repeat the stroke a bunch of times. Yes. There's an updated sketch. It looks like you shaded in the mouth. And there's that flap again. I know that this reads a little better. I agree by having that shaded in. I'm gonna pin that one. All right, let's work on the arms a little bit. So in this case, I'm actually going to, I'm not great with sculpting arms, so I'm gonna make it a little easier on myself. And the way that I'm going to do that is breaking these down into muscles that I recognize. So I don't know why it's doing that. Let me smooth min-connected points to 1. There we go. And by that, I mean like this weird little tendril that's sticking off of it. Unintentional tendril. All right. Yeah, you guys see this? Like that little nub? It shouldn't be there. Usually Dynamesh at a low resolution, it gets rid of that. But for some reason, Dynamesh is like, that's an important detail. Like, odd of you to decide that. There we go. So this is going to make it easier for me to get this a bit more accurate. These are going to kind of link together. Minnie says, just a thought, maybe put that mouth on the horse. That could be a fun thing to play with. I could just stretch it to fit better. All right, I like making the elbows really exaggerated, especially on monsters. And now I'm splitting this into its own piece. And we're gonna, I think I'd like to have a point. Okay, Seder, if you have time, I know you're usually at work, but if you have time, this is a problem that I'm actually curious on how to solve. I like the idea of having tentacles like being the hands, but I don't want it to get too messy. So I don't know if I should have them trailing behind him or if that looks too elegant, or if I should really dig in and making the shapes more clear in hand leg. I'm scrolling up to find this reference. Oh my goodness. This, where the hands are like this. Never stop. All right, there we go. So I can go this route, and I like the gaps in the hands, but I also like the idea of where there's just like tentacle hands, like where they split off and they're super long. Bonus points if we can find a way to make them drag on the base, because then it would print with no supports. And obviously, other people than Seder can draw sketches and solve that problem, but they tend to come up with really good stuff. So if they had time, I wanted to enlist them specifically. So I currently have a nice clear division right here. This is the bicep and the tricep at the same time. Ooh, that's a little more closed version. I like that on yours there isn't a lack of volume right here, because mine kind of looks a little derpy from the side. Yours still has that clarity of forms. Come on, ZBrush, don't lag on me now. And there's a kind of a dent right here. That looks better. That was the biggest thing that stood out to me. And then this being just a little bit larger. And yeah, I agree with the point on the chin. I had that earlier, but I got rid of it because I was a little too early on to make any secondary forms. There we go. But now we're definitely far enough along. So yours comes more straight up. I do like the hunch that I have, but I'm just making sure that I'm developing that cavity to be nice and spooky as it should be. Foxy recommends to have one of the hands picking up a skull off the base. Love that idea. Yeah. Heck yeah. I do like that yours is more like mountainy. Does that make sense? Like, I like how this is lurched in because it kind of has that horse-like neck, but I'm wondering if I go with this more like upright silhouette, if it's gonna read better. Nah, I think this is fine, especially if I decide to have the arms kind of trailing behind. I'm undecided if I want to have like the hands look. So all I'm doing to find these shapes really quickly is holding down Command and click and drag off of my gizmo. And what's cool is that will duplicate the piece and keep it within the same subtool. So yeah, I like the idea of something kind of like this. Kind of. Isn't that cool? I definitely don't want to go with a full 5 fingers. It's too many fingers. What about a human fleshed out head, like a victim, instead of a skull? Oh, like a literal head, like it's literally holding a head? Yeah, I'm down for that too. That's disgusting. Unexpected from you, Mini Blaze. Very good. Oh, this is kind of like the arm. Isn't this from Marvel Rivals? Marvel's Rivals? Yeah. I like the asymmetrical having a bunch of tentacles just on one side. Can you have too many tentacles, though? That's the real question. Ray says, Mia, I'm surprised you were not just going crazy with a curved tube brush to make that entangled tentacle arm look. Oh, absolutely. When we start detailing this, yeah. We're just finding our general shapes and silhouettes still. Taylor says, Mia, instead of hunching or upright, he could be leaning back with a very curved, almost spiraling shape spine. Yeah, like an invert of this, that would be really cool. I don't know a quick way to test that out, but I can still think about it. Where it's inverted like the other way. I kind of like this right now because we have this concave shape, or now it's convex shape of the horse neck, and then the concave shape here, and they're kind of like playing off each other, you know? I don't know. Before I get too much farther, I might forget to save this horse skull. It's not perfect, but it is a fantastic base mesh for me to revisit later as needed. So let me go ahead and save this just in case I forget and we start monsterifying it. There we go. Tentacles. For the disembodied head, why not just pick a model you've already done? I haven't done that yet just because we've done everything from scratch. I'm trying to keep up with that, but I do like that idea. We could pick some poor soul from my vault of previous work. I love the epicness of this and just big fan of cloaks. Tattered cloaks. All right, I'm going to introduce a little bit of poly paint here to separate some ideas and some forms. I think what I'm going to do for the head is it's going to be like bone, but I might have like a skin flap on it that will look kind of like this that sits on top. Unsure. Just thinking about it. And then finally, from like the bellows of this creature, we can introduce our first complementing color, which is going to be green. All I do is just go to my like, where can I put this somewhere where you can see it? Coming over to color, can you guys see that? Oh, my sign is in the way. Sad. What if it's here? Boo. Anyway, green and red are on the opposite side. That's all I was gonna say. Green and red complement. All right, so I'd like to introduce some green elements to really reinforce that like black pestilence plague. That is too light green. That's almost like a minty green. There we go. I want something a little grosser. There we go. So all I'm doing right now is just selecting different subtools and clicking Fill Object to make it a solid color. All the tendrils are going to be green, and then we'll tie in that idea with the hands. Bunny is saying something very enthusiastically, but I don't know what they're saying. Taylor says, I always remember concave as sunken in like a cave. Same, and I still say it wrong sometimes. There we go. Got some early color ideas fleshed out. Let's get in some lighter shades. So now I'm using drag rectangle to add a little bit of depth. I'm gonna go with a much darker color underneath this flap. And same thing goes for the tendrils. Ooh, cool. Davy Jones is pretty fitting here. A classic. All right, I want to start adding some white spots. Adds in some color variety, but it's also just cool and gross. Cool. Got some colors coming in here. I'd say I've made some pretty good progress from when we started the stream. It looked like this. Now we got this. Pretty nifty. Let's look at this head for a second. I think I can run it over with clay polish. Yeah, just clean up those forms just a little bit. No, I did a worse job. Never mind. All right, kind of defining the eye sockets a little bit more here. And this will sink in much, much more. Also important that underneath the orbital socket, even though this is a monster and not real, still needs to make some sense. These will be more like that. There we go. Cool. Ron Swanson's mustache says, Mia, how did you select your subtools without looking for them in subtool palette? Great question. I never go over this. Okay, if you hold down Option on Mac, that's Alt on Windows, and then just click, it'll select it. I have wireframe selected right now with Shift F just to show you guys. But yeah, you can click on whatever you want. Super easy. And then you don't have to go to your subtool menu and start digging for stuff. You can also alternatively click N on your keyboard. N for number, or N for Nancy, and then it'll show them all visually there. It's a little easier to see. All right, I like the idea that we're gonna have the vertebra of the horse showing. I think we're gonna do the same thing for the spine here. So I'm just gonna duplicate them and move them over here to begin that shape language. This last one doesn't look very good. So instead of fixing it, I'll just delete it, grab one that looks a little better, copy and paste. Perfect. And then I'll probably have a similar spike on the end of the elbow here. For now, I'll just color it white to remind myself. Very good. Yeah, it is such a time saver. Highly recommend getting used to that hotkey. I guess it's not like a hotkey, more like a shortcut, but yeah. Reaper says, who says that all the fingers have to be tentacly? That's true. I didn't even think about having one of the arms be different, and I do like some asymmetrical details. What would the other one be then? I don't think a crab claw would fit. I think a double layered elbow like this would look kind of cool. How would they function? I don't really know. I just know it looks cool and it looks possible enough. I kind of like giving it almost like frog hands. It kind of reminds me of those sticky toys as a kid. Yes, RB is correct. You gain 0 poing for watching. You have to watch and chat. I wish I could give lurkers poing, but it's just not how the YouTube system works. I can get that implemented on Twitch, but alas, we do not stream on Twitch. Bunny says, give one arm too much of something and the other arm not enough. Honestly, really strong design advice. On one, yeah, he has that one long tentacle finger and then the rest are normal. That's true. I think it'd be cool to have one hand, like one arm goopy and plaguey and the other one just skeletal. I also don't know if like the amount of work that would be is an efficient spend of time. I'm thinking about it. I like, so like the goopy hand is funny, but on a real note, it needs to be more menacing. And I'm going to go with more of like a seaweed-like look. So we're kind of bringing in Mini Blaze' idea from earlier to have some ocean elements poking through. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty happy with the amount of progress we're making. Again, we started this about an hour and a half ago. Really an hour because we do our warm-up or we just talk. So not bad getting these ideas kind of developed. Okay. I like the ideas. I like the work that I've done in the designs. I think it's time to start bringing some secondary forms and some detail work. I'm going to commit to the forms that I have. I like them. Let's just make them better now. Nuckelavee is an ocean demon after all. This is true. All right, so when we start working on details, we kind of just circle back to where we started and get another reference. I need a reference of a skull, of a human skull. I'm gonna grab one myself really quick. Here we go. All right, I grabbed one. It's not going to be a human, but I still would like a human reference. Okay. Ooh, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Singing that for Christmas, just like, that song was already in my head, but goodness. Anyway. Why is it sideways? Ooh, one that's like lumbering over to pick something up, and the other one leaning forward to stab something. That's similar to what we were talking about with Wolf, but then a little bit more polished. Fantastic. And still the running. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we need to have a body or something that it's picking up. I agree. Sater said, you guys were literally saying things as I was drawing them. It was weird. Hive mind. Hive mind. I love it. I love it. Just Lingual said, I know that you're a big fan of tentacles and matching the rider and horse. Do you think it'd be good to take a moment to match the rider and horse tongues? Probably. A fishing spear or harpoon would be metal and very on theme. It would be a good time to add the horse tongue, but I want to get this done first. I want to start getting some... Why are you not grouping? There we go. Need to get this head cleaned up a little bit first because it looks stupid, respectfully. I say respectfully because like we're all about being nice to our art here. And I'm like, no, the head looks dumb. Ooh, I love this too. Is that a sketch from you, Just Lingual? Because that looks awfully similar to what we're doing. Yeah. Hey, I think that's one of your first sketches that you shared in here. Heck yeah. That's clean. Ooh, I do like the idea of like, there's more cavities on the horse face too. Yeah, that's metal. It just looks like bleh. Amazing. I like having the one spike too. Horse is charging and the one arm is more normal and holding a spear. The other funky descended arm is trailing behind and dragging a corpse on the ground, snagging guts on something as it runs. Horrific. All right, we had 2 people, actually 3 people do sketches. All must be rewarded. I'm pretty sure Wolf was the first one. Incoming poing. Yes. 25 poing to everyone. If it does not give you pointing like it's supposed to, complain. Satyr, why can't I not? Why is it not finding you? Almost done. Oh, because it's the satirical satyr. That's fine. Fixed. Thank you, all of you. One, the fact that you're sharing your own creative visions is amazing. Two, that you trust me to implement it even better. Three, art takes effort. So I appreciate your effort very much. When great minds think alike, only one is needed. No. Ray says, Mia, my point didn't come through. No, you didn't draw anything. Good try. All right, I'm gonna make a human skull thing. 1 second. You guys got so many cool ideas. Briefly, I'm gonna make this symmetrical just to save myself some time and brain. It doesn't need to be exactly a human skull, but as of now, there are no anatomy fundamentals here, and it shows. All right, eyeball holes. I'm using the move brush and holding down option. Options, alt on Windows. Just gonna push straight in. I did it a bunch of times just to see where I want the placement. All right, that's good. Gonna use my standard brush to build up some volume on the edge. I don't know if I want there to be a nose hole or not. I'm gonna subdivide once because I need more resolution to get more shapes in here. And then perspective on. I'm gonna come in with H polish to get rid of how weird and bulbous this looks on the side. Pretty much just gonna model a human skull and then screw it up. Kind of looks like a baby skull right now. Horrifying. All right, and then what I'm really missing here is the cheekbone underneath it. There we go. And then this doesn't come out, it scoops in. And the way that I'm doing this is I'm literally just looking at a skull reference and it's a game of spot the difference. I'm like, do I have that? No, adds it. Do I have that? No, adds it. But I'm also making it really stylized and gross at the same time. I want the teeth to be as big as possible without just looking buck teeth and silly. Where is the lower jaw? It'd be helpful if I named literally anything, but I don't. Oh, I don't know where it is. We're just gonna throw it on the top. Oh, there it is. There we go. Cool. And now I can start connecting these two. I'm gonna split this into its own piece and lower it. Gonna be using Dynamesh a lot right here. There we go. Don't forget that you're working on a 3D model, so you need to look at it from multiple sides. Interesting. Just Single says, Mia, you can mix it with a dog. Partial iridge to be human-like but uncanny. Share a picture. I know what you're talking about, but we're artists. We don't know what anything actually looks like without a reference. Mia mentioned baby skull. Yep. Oh my god, all of the teeth. Forgot about that. Jesus Christ. They are terrifying. Agreed. Yeah, okay. This hurts my feelings in a funny way. That's totally what it looked like. And there's the storm. We are thunder and lightning over here right now. There we go. There we go. Miniboy says, Mia, are you going to elongate the skull a bit to get rid of some of the human look? I don't think I need to worry about this looking too human right now. I think we're good. And it's okay if it does look somewhat human still. This is from my work that I worked on, and I like the back ridge. This looks really clean. Is this a 3D scan? I'm assuming this is a scan based on the little artifacts. Looks cool. Yeah, that ridge is cool. Yep, yep. Let's work on that. Corey says, Mia, some random Corey lore. I love it. I'm genuinely terrified of thunderstorms. Aw, scared of thunder and lightning. We're okay over here. I am looking a little Smurf-like. It's because I have a blue light that cancels out how red it is early, but now there's no light outside. So now I have to give myself color manually. Oh, looks like I'm on fire. If the weather would not change so much, I wouldn't have to do this. Rip to my lighting setup, y'all. Also, I don't care if I look green. You guys know what I look like. Yeah, the scan that I adjusted to match a Doberman. Cool. Very cool. All right, I kind of have this tab that I formed up anyway. Let's see if I can just make something up here that's fun and cool. It's kind of cool. And eldritchy at the same time. There we go. I just need to fix that face because it was looking really stupid. It had heart, but it was just looking cute every time I looked at it. So this is what we have now, which I like. And this is what we started with. It was kind of cute, wasn't it? And that's why when Bunny posted this, I'm like, that kind of hurts my feelings because that's totally what this looks like. Oh my goodness. And then I'm gonna do a cool thing right now that I don't do often on stream. I'm gonna click and just slowly drag through my undo history so you can watch it form. I don't do this enough. Ooh, thank you, Sater, for the arm references. We're gonna create those probably exactly. There we go. So to all my students and just people that would like some entertainment, I hope this is interesting to look at because it's fun for me. Oh, I forgot the asymmetricalness of it. I do like that. I might bring that back. Also, that's totally how fast I sculpt. In real time, thank you. All right, I'm now gonna bend this up so it's asymmetrical again. Cool. Hey, Forge and Many Things is here. Welcome in, Matt. I'm late. That's pretty horrific. Is that gonna be a head or a helmet? It could be a cool helmet, but it's just going to be the whole head. Brace yourself. Blah. This is how it's coming along. Bunny says, I genuinely love this process, whereby Sater is doing the concept art in parallel with Mia sculpting. Isn't it cool? We got the best peasants around here. And I'm very, very grateful to your time, Sater. This is literal time and effort and energy you're expending, and it's awesome. It's seriously awesome. Not to slack on Just Lingual, they also had some great ideas. Speaking of, let's go ahead and just duplicate this and throw some tentacles on the front over here. Just so we don't forget about it. I also like the idea of a tentacle coming out of that nasal cavity for two reasons. One, that nasal bone is really thin and difficult to 3D print. And by doing this, we still keep the anatomy correct and it's easier to print. All right, notice 5 digits, but 2 are almost vestigial. Ah, all right, I'm not counting 5, but I also can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Thank you for pointing that out specifically because I might have missed that. Oh, Micah mentions a much better lighting setup. That is totally fair. We're slowly investing into like more, like a better setup around here. Slowly. So I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you guys for the encouragement. I really appreciate it. Manyboy says, I see this is going to be a 3-day project. I don't plan on it. I'm probably just going to finish it on my own, unless you guys would be devastated by that, and then I can just do it on stream. All right, let's go ahead and create the arms that Sater lovingly crafted for us. Or I guess hatefully, because this whole thing is gross and no love around here. Just creepy, just awful. Let's move these to the bottom and hide them. Do not want. What happened, Aloha? I see you're devastated. Off-stream completion? Okay, okay. Didn't want to traumatize y'all. I take it back. Maybe this will be a model we revisit for a while until it's finished. Mini Blaze, horror, puts hand to forehead. We have followed it this far, we must follow it more. Okay, okay, I take it back. I will not work on it at all off stream. Ray says, Mia, what do you mean no love around here? I'd give that friendly looking horse and buddy a hug. It'd be your last hug, friend. Very good. Okay, okay. Calm, calm, calm peasants. All right, let's create an arm. Okay. I like the little spikes you have up here. It's kind of similar to what I got going on. We're gonna just bring this over here. Perfect. All right. Nice. Okay. From the community to 3D. Amazing. I also feel like it should be red. I don't know why. First things first, your anatomy makes sense. Mine does not. I like that that layers this. Oh yeah, I should know that. Tricep's a bit more flat. You're right. Bicep is fine. I made this section right here into 2 pieces, and I'm fine with that. But I would like to add some curved tubes, because you have these lovely secondary forms, and now I want them. Okay, I made the first one. And a couple more. I'm doing the mad face thing, aren't I? Trying not to. I'm having fun. I just look like this. So to quickly duplicate this, I'm just holding Command and click and dragging. Yeah, I guess it's going to be Nuckelavee on the Monday stream too. Since I'm not allowed, apparently, to work on this without my peasants. It's fine. And I can't do it during the silent stream because then there's no input. I'll probably make these asymmetrical later on, but for now, this is good. Corey says, Mia, alrighty, I'm gonna open ZBrush now. Do it. Aloha says, Mia, it's called lock-in brows. I do it too when using references. Oh, really? Lock-in brow gang. I like it. Alright, I really want to get these secondary forms in because they're epic. And I'm going to use the same claw method to do the fingers. Yoni is sketching ahead right now while watching. You should share. Sater says, I figure it only has bony structure through the upper arm. The forearm is just stretchy, ropey muscle and sinew grotesserie. Okay. Okay. Let's make it a slightly lighter pink then, to remind myself of that. Forearm. Sinewy grotesserie. Very good. Grotesserie. Okay. This is about the same shape that you picked, but mine looks more like a booger. Let's debooger it. To do that, I'm just going to inflate the whole thing and then Z-remesh with half and polish by features, and that should help debooger a little bit. And what I mean by that is the fact that it looks so pinched, kind of like a booger. I want it to look a little more uniform and straight. And then from here, I can use Move and Backface Mask to add that muscle group back in, which Sater has. Again, we're not looking for a direct copy, but pretty much. All right, got that section down. We're not gonna do any detail work quite yet, because that's not gonna take a ton. Pretty much to detail this, I'm gonna subdivide it a bunch, grab Damn Standard, Lazy Radius, and I'm gonna click and drag, and we're gonna cut in a bunch of forms like this. See that? Was that too fast? Complain if it was too fast. But that's how we're gonna detail it pretty much. And then we're gonna come through again with standard and then perhaps even some clay to add some volume in between. Mia, we're not gonna detail this right now. Also, Mia does a little demo on how to do it right then and there. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone because why redo it later? All right, now we need to work on the hand, which I do think I'm gonna have a hard time with. So let's do it. Let's auto group. Why is, oh, I see. This whole arm doesn't need to be here anymore. Go away. Be gone. All right, and now from this, I'm going to delete part of that form, close holes, and Dynamesh. There we go. Ow, it is raining really hard. Okay. My horse is gonna be pissed. He hates the rain. Ray says, Nia, I think it was a little too slow, actually. Okay, spicy. Oh, good that all of you guys have lock-in brows. Sater says, I mean, gratisserie kind of works for this guy, doesn't it? Gratisserie, now added to the tab of vocabulary. Oh my god, Mini Blaze. I'm not even gonna honor that with a response. No. I am so clear in my process. No, no, you cannot read pacing. Sater says, what can I say? I love me monsters. Me too, this is really fun. Because if that was true, Mini Blaze, you wouldn't be the only person that struggled with it. Let's be real. Yoni is still heisting away. Alright, let's start getting these fingers figured out. Okay. So it kind of tapers. And then it's kind of like a straight continuous shape. So I shouldn't do it like this. These will actually be the vestigial ones, and this will be seamless with a little bit of a taper on the end. Very good. And then from here, I'm going to add a claw. I'm going to duplicate it, auto groups, grab one piece, delete hidden, bring up my gizmo and rotate. And that will be the initial center claw. I might have gotten a little too long here, and that's okay. I can fix that later. That's much longer. Let's put a small curve on it using the move brush. There we go. Okay. You do have a little detailing around the edge here. You do really good sketches, Sater. They're super easy to follow. You don't make a mess of it with all this like cross-hatching and nonsense. It's just really straightforward. All right. We got that. And now let's get some other little vestigial structures. You mentioned that there's 5, and then Bunny came in and mentioned like, oh, like dew claws. And I was like, now I have to do all 5 because it's cool. It's very cool. All right, there's one. Copy. Just roughly getting these blocked out, and then I can refine them with move topological. There we go. Let's duplicate, mirror onto the other side. There's all 5, but not in the right placement. That's okay. So now I can use move topological and kind of fix them up to where they actually look like the reference that Sater provided. Someone's gonna watch this and think Sater's like my boss. I'm like, no. Just creative peasant collab. Okay, so this one's, the dew claw one is the highest, followed by this one here. And this one's actually also really, really small. It's gonna look a little odd before I blend all the seams, but you get the idea. I'm gonna go to the edge and inflate them a touch, so that way when I add the claws, they actually look like they're supposed to sit in there nicely. Claw time. I'm gonna duplicate and move them around. It's a lot of finding a shape you like and then duplicate, move, duplicate, move. It looks so odd and lumpy and gross. Jeez. All right, did I miss anything in the chat? No, just good chat. I don't see my name. Yoni wants to roll. No, not until happy hour. Then yes. All right, I am gonna go back on this and then merge all these down and get them the seams blended because it just looks so not connected right now. There we go. Fill objects, Dynamesh. No, nope. Dynamesh at a higher resolution. There we go. Because it really needs to be blended right here, otherwise it's not going to make any sense. Okay, this one's looking especially appendagey and weird. Not mad about it though. Little claw. And this is an especially stubby one. All right, we've mostly got that figured out. I think theirs still looks better, but it's off to a good start. Mine looks more plague, like more because it's all lumpy. I have a lot of secondary forms I accidentally introduced in. To have cleaned that up, I could have ZBrush and that would kind of flatten it out a little better. Yoni says, Mia, quick question. When do and do you not want dynamic perspective on? Is dynamic perspective a thing? I just have perspective on or off. Is there a dynamic button for it? I usually have it to 50 and I just have it toggled on, usually. Unless I'm doing anything with the Z modeler brush, then I have it off. Or I'm doing like silhouette evaluation from the side or the front and I'll turn it off. All right, let's merge all of the claws down so we don't end up with a bajillion subtools, which is happening regardless. That is really gross. Okay, cool. All right, I think we mostly nailed that. This has more of a downturn among some other details, but we're off to a good start. Sweet, thank you again, Seder. I'm gonna keep it scrolled up where this is relevant. And the other ones. We're gonna have 2 arms. Because the other arm's gonna be mostly normal. We decided on that, right? Yeah, in that case, I will duplicate this and start blocking out a normal arm. So I can go ahead and bring our forearm back. And this is the one that we'll probably have wielding a spear. Yeah, 1, there's our elbow. I kind of like, no, that's our bicep, the other lower part of that. Here's the forearm, and then there'll be a hand on the end of it. Yes. Hands are kind of tricky. I'm not gonna block out a whole hand. But I can just put a blob in here. I'll go with trim dynamic. And there we go. There's a little hand. Amazing. Should be rounded right here, a little flatter on one side. Trim dynamic again. Nope, not quite. Let's go with H polish. There we go. Flat little hand. And I might as well just come with my curve tube and create some little fingers, just nice and quick. Is that 5? No, it's 4. There we go. All right, sort of a hand. Rapid fire hand. The way I did that reminds me of the devil from Futurama. I think he has 3. Sater says, obviously make it as rigid or pliable as needed. I just thought allowing it to be whip-like would allow for more shape and forms impose composition. Absolutely. Messery. Well said. What is this? When Nuckelavee breathes on me. Death. Dissolved. Accurate. Good one. 10 out of 10 vibes. Those are the vibes. Speaking of, I'm going to scoot all this back over. Scoot. Scoot. Nice. This is looking epic. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and helping me design it as well. I just think it's a blast. I really love doing this. That was a lot of work. Cool. So for the horse head, I think it's going to end up looking a little more smushed. Just a touch. Yeah. There we go. Ray says, Mia, what's your approach when balancing the rule of cool and historical/real world accuracy? It depends on the purpose. So rule of cool always wins, unless, let's say, you're making a piece for like a museum, or you're specifically advertising something as historically accurate, then that's silly. But yeah, this is Nuckelavee, and I'm doing my own kind of thing with it. It's obviously recognizable for what it is, but I haven't seen tentacle mouth interpretation. But if a Scot messaged me and was like, this offends me and me homeland, I'd be like, that's just too bad. Like, this just isn't one of those pieces that I'm concerned about. It's also why I would avoid something that's, you'll never see me post stuff like, oh, like biblically accurate angel, because I'm like, that's just asking for problems. Speaking of breaking my own rule, we do not discuss religion or politics ever, so don't elaborate on that. But rule of cool is fine. Again, it really just depends what the actual purpose of it is for. Just Lingual says it's coming together nicely. Thank you. I agree. I agree. Pretty psyched about this. Yeah, spooky. Empress says this thing needs some horse dewormer. I just dewormed my horse this week. Funny enough. Also, in case you guys are wondering, that just involves shooting a tube of gel into his mouth. It's not anything else. Yeah. Ray says, ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, great question. You guys are being silly. Good, good. Alrighty, I'm gonna start loosening up here, getting some secondary forms in, just kind of playing and messing around. Creatively, kind of done with pushing forms. I did that for almost 2 hours. We're gonna give brain a little bit of a break. Though we will do a screenshot first. It is that time. Scoot this on over. Yeah, that's a pretty good before and after. Alrighty. It is screenshot time. Smile. Aloha says, the good news is, in being in this form, he can easily scratch his back no matter the angle. What an absurd bit of lore to add to this. Love it. Toad says, this is coming together beautifully. Thank you. I really do think there is some elegance here. Alright, time for some secondary forms. I want to play. When I want to just sculpt and be freeform and be fun, I just go over with my clay brush, click on a base mesh of some sort, add one subdivision with Command D, and then I just start adding some clay. In this case, I don't really want RGB intensity on. Maybe I'll have it on just a little bit. There we go. I'll have a reference up, but for the most part, this is just freeform, having a good time. As far as why I'm adding materials, where I'm adding it, I want to like mostly continue like musculature lines and flow, like a flow. It's definitely not like just literal scribbling, though that could also be fun. Right now I'm starting to get some of those like lumpy shapes and whatnot. If I think it's getting a little too low res, then I'll go ahead and add another subdiv, which I think that is happening. So yeah, I'm just having fun right now. It's very relaxing, kind of like adding swirls. In this case, I think the standard brush would suit better. So I'm gonna use the standard brush instead with lazy radius turned to 18. Why 18? Because it's low enough to work but not get in my way. If it's higher, it starts to get a little too laggy. I am going to add some like rib cage grossness on the chest, but that's going to be an entirely separate subtool. So for now, just going to have fun. It is time to get more forms down. Maverick is just sleeping right through this storm. Cannot be bothered. Kind of just looks like worms. If I want to get more specific, I'll use my mask lasso to grab a section, and then I can start creating like tubes that weave from one section to the other. You'll probably start seeing me do more of that. You don't have to mask, you could just do it carefully, but yeah. Whenever I get to the center line, I will turn off symmetry and add it in some of this manually. If you guys are curious, like, oh, how are you doing in these textures? Just let me know. I didn't like how the chest turned out, so I'm just gonna erase it. Not too picky or too attached to any one form, and you're gonna notice that. I'm probably gonna use Damn Standard to make more of a delineation between the top of the neck and the bottom, and this is just for clarity of forms. Ray says, are you looking at references? Kind of not. Usually yes, just to be clear. If you guys are hanging out here, always look at stuff. I'm just not following any specific close thing. I know I want to be like layering sinewy muscle. Corey says, Mia, how do you merge multiple subtools into one? You come over here to your little menu, make sure that whatever you want to combine is next to each other. Click on the top one, merge down. There you go. I'm going to clean up these shapes a touch more by using my Damn Standard brush. Because I'm starting to find like some tubes that I like. Accent tubes, if you will. I'm going really exaggerated and extreme for this, so it 3D prints and paints easily. Creating more of this side bold shape so I can fit in the top of the leg into it later. Kind of like this. I want everything to kind of play together nicely and blend. There we go. Making it look almost like a little puzzle piece that like notches together like that. Empress says, so in my scuffed project last night, I had X symmetry on. Is that the only option? I had problems rotating and altering the blob from other angles. You can have symmetry on any axis. Go to transform, activate symmetry, X, Y, Z, and R is for radial. Kari says, thank you. You're very welcome. Sweet, that looks really disgusting. Gonna add some spikes. I'll probably change this up later, but for now, I just want something that would make this shape be a little more distinct. So it's not like a mindless process by any means, but this is somewhere where you can kind of just play with the shapes and you don't have to be so worried about like the anatomy being perfect and reading clear and secondary forms and all this nonsense. Detailing is where I can just start to like relax and be like, blob time. All right, so for the chest, I want it to have a different texture. I want to make sure that reads well. So I'm going to go with a flatter texture, and I'm probably going to make this look more like fractured bone or something like that. I'm not totally sure. I really want it to be clear that there's some different spiky shapes happening here, so I might line the edge of this delineation with more spikes. There we go. That looks spikier. And again, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna like that, but I don't know until I see it. Just gonna keep playing with shapes until I find something. It's kind of cool. I think this would look better if they kind of laid upwards a bit more. Kind of like that. Still not certain if that's a shape that I want. I'll keep it for now. Something else I can do is come in with mask lasso. I can mask this section and then grab some alphas and kind of like test out some textures really quickly like that. It kind of gives me some ideas of what else I can do. Just Lingual said, would holes in the body be good? Add to the trypophoria. I should be able to say that because I low-key have that. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. I'm thinking. That is a clear texture. I think I need secondary forms on the chest right now to make this make sense. I'm not sure how a horse skeleton looks from the front though. I do need that defined though. All right, there's that muscle. We've done this dance before. I need to remember what the answer was. All right, creating a large chest cavity for just a moment. Nah, I'll deal with that later. Back to just vibes. Because I know I want this detail to continue straight down. So I'll subdivide this and then continue the same form language. Tubes. Lots of tubes. All of this is achieved with the same brush. I'm just using the standard brush, and if I find a stroke that I really like, I can repeat it quickly by clicking number 1 on my keyboard. Yes, that's very cool. And now I'm coming through with Damn Standard to really commit to any of these shapes I just created. Cool. Looking very cool. I'm gonna leave the chest alone until I look at my reference, start creating the bone structure on the chest, which is more work than my brain wants to do right now. So we're not doing that right now. Back to details and vibes. I know that this section is going to have the same kind of like creepy tube look to it, because that's going to stretch between these two pieces. So that I know I can detail. Oh, some birds are chirping. I think the rain's done. Or just a mad bird in the rain, who knows? I'm going to try something here. I'm going to take the work that we did on this leg and use it to create these weird front feet I thought about doing. Just continuing to play with some shapes. Ray says, more work my brain wants to do is the story of my life. Amen to that. All right, we're gonna scoot this base forward. And reposition this rock as well. And now I can play with the feet a bit more here. I don't want to change the silhouette too much because I really like what we currently have, but I do think we're doing a disservice here by having just like a normal hoof. And this looks so similar to these weird little feet we could potentially create, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to duplicate this hoof so I have a copy just in case I decide that I don't like this new thing I tried out. And then there's no pressure. All right. They're more flat-footed like this. Let's move this out of the way. And there's a very, very clear ridge. They're about the same size in the back as the hooves were though. So we're gonna go back to using Dynamesh as we shape it. Okay, so there's a heel, had a little bit of an arch. And then to add material up here, I should use my standard brush. There we go. All right. Inflate, Dynamesh. This isn't working really well. I'm having a hard time finding the shape. So instead of fighting it and fiddling, we are going to just Dynamesh this really low, create a simple shape, and then let curved tubes do the work for us. How's that? I always like to explain to you guys really clearly when I decide to pivot on my approach, because there's always a reason. Cool. Now I have this shape, and I think it's a little more similar to the shapes we're trying to create. Wow, that Dynamesh was way too high. Let's have the resolution more like that. There we go. All right, they're kind of like little velociraptor feet. And I'm gonna go ahead and not work in symmetry because I find the gizmo is a bit of a pain in the butt when you try to work in symmetry. All right, there we go. 2 big toes. which eventually will probably be replaced with these. But not yet. We are not currently doing anything detailed. All right, so there's gonna be a ridge right here, increase the resolution just a touch. Oh, I missed out on the chat for a second. There we go. Just lingual. Mia, we should add a cutie mark to the horse hind leg. Oh my goodness. No. Sater says, Mia, side note, I just realized the bot is generating a let the heist begin message at the end of the heist. It shouldn't. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me look really quick to see if that's a message I put in there. Nope. The last words here are dead, trinkets, and blood. So we're good. It's just confused. Toad said, man, my bases always warp a bit when printing. That's why I print flat on the build plate like a heathen. And I choose a flexible build plate to take care of any sticking. This is tricky. This is a weird shape. Why can't you be interesting without a lot of work? Unbelievable. I'm figuring it out. It doesn't work super well with this is like foot floof I gave it, which is interesting to me because it's a very simple, similar silhouette. But unfortunately, what makes this weird foot work well is that it has like this bent bone. Do all the references have that? Or did I pick the one reference that makes this difficult and confusing? No, they all have that. Okay, if I noticed that earlier, I wouldn't have even tried because I would have understood why that wouldn't work. Rip. Okay, let's explain what happened here. So instead of doing normal front hooves, I was like, oh, I'll do like monster feet because a lot of these references have that. Like, see this? Monster feet. Which I can still find a version of this, like a cloven hoof. That would probably work too. But see this? Like that kind of foot? Part of why it reads so well is because this little notch right here. But I have that cover with a bunch of floof, so it's like missing that bony landmark, and therefore it's not reading well. This is also an alternative way of doing that. It looks good because it's all pose and up. Yep, nope. I know there's a way to do this. There's always a way to do this. I don't think it's worth the amount of work it's going to be. We're just fine here. We have so many odd elements already. I think this is good in keeping it simple. Grimnir said, this is looking so spooky. Thank you. I love it. Me too. I just signed up for your mentorship program as well. I'm really looking forward to it. No kidding. Oh my God, that's so exciting. That's amazing. Welcome, Grimnir, to my mentorship program. I'm so excited to start teaching you. That's going to be an absolute blast. Sater says, so take the floof away. Outrageous. The floof stays. Thank you. But seriously, that's awesome. Toad says, my rafts also seem to chip or shatter when trying to remove them. Do you have issues with that? No, because I don't even have to use rafts. So here, let me show you. We're keeping confetti though, because I am hyped to teach you Grimnir. I'm going to send you a message right after the stream. Probably on my break. All right. So yes, this is printed on resin, and it's big, right? So if you look really closely, there is a little elephant's foot on it. That little bump. That's because I print flat on the build plate, and I don't care. I think it turns out beautiful. And look how flat that base is. No bubbles. Perfection. It works for the big ones. It works for the small ones. It works for everything. The trick is that you need a flexible build plate, otherwise getting them off, you're going to destroy them. But I don't use rafts or anything. I literally just like build plate, bam. And then technically it's resin, so it prints like this. That is literally how I print, straight up. All 900 plus models in my vault, my pre-supported files look like that. It horrifies a lot of people when they're new. They're like, oh my God, why do you print like that? And I'm like, because it's perfect. Because it just works. And everyone's like, oh, if you don't rotate it, you get suction forces and layer lines. You tell me if you can find any problems with that. I wouldn't do it if it didn't work. I don't have a flexible build plate. They're about $10. It's very worth it. Yeah, damn, I'm gonna have to try that. You gotta try it, absolutely. Is that an upgrade I can get, or am I shit out of luck? No, you should be able to. Let me look this up really quick. Flexible build plate. This is on Amazon. If you hate Amazon, that's fine. There's other places you can go. That's for FDM. Type in flexible build plate resin. Here we go. They have a bunch of different ones. Just make sure you grab the one that's right to your size. That one's 13. Wham Bam was the first one that did it, but Wham Bam got really expensive, and I was like, I don't want to pay for that. It's about 10 to 20. So my bad. It's more expensive than I thought. I think this is the one that I have. Yeah. So just make sure your printer is listed right here and the dimensions are correct. When in doubt, go smaller than too big for obvious reasons. And yeah, you just stick it on there. That's pretty much it. Bam. Look how flexy. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. If you don't want to get one, you could print flatten the build plate and then stick your build plate in the freezer, and it will cause the metal to contract, and that will help remove your minis. But yeah. Toad says, no, see, I do the larger one, so I always get layer lines regardless. Really? You should print at a smaller layer height then. We do 0.05? I'm looking at this, because this is a pretty big model. I mean, if you look really close, yeah. After you do like a light primer or a primer with a high fill, it should cover all of that too. But you do have a very stylized art style, which is especially smooth, so you would be able to see layer lines easier than the kind of models I do. Like, I have this succubus, it's a demon druid, and there's so many fine details on this that, like, even if there were layer lines, it's really hard to see. Obviously, my face is in focus because it focuses back here. But anyway, I love this model. Oh, I didn't show you guys, but I also printed the Bee Queen. She came out beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, Wham Bam got so expensive, it got more popular, which kind of annoyed me. Like, I understand business, stonks, whatever, but like, they are expensive. I was like, okay, let's not get too excited. Ray says, Mia, I'm sorry you had to be quoted. Oh, what did I say? I feel like I didn't say anything weird just now. Oh. I understand now. I thought I was fine. All right, we are learning about hooves, y'all. I like it. Let's see if I can pronounce all this. But Bunny says, hoofed animals are called ungulates. There are two broad clades. The artiodactyls, or even toed ungulates, or presiodactyls, or odd-toed ungulates. Horses and rhinos are, oh my god, you're killing me. Persiodactyls, persiodactyls. Cows, sheep, and deer are the other one. Okay, that makes sense. And then there's a picture talking about how many toes. That looks like not real. That is interesting. That looks kind of like reindeer feet, look kind of weird like that. Interesting. We are learning. No, that doesn't work. Many says you need a sheet of paper when you show stuff. No, so my camera has a locked focal. There is no auto adjust. So that's why I'm in focus the whole time. Oh, Carl the Crusader has defended Castle Nocturne and tore the entire coven apart. None made it out alive or dead. Beautiful. Beautiful. Them some gnarly toes. I agree. Toad says, thank you for the advice, ordering plate now. Yay. Oh, very important. Depending what printer you have, I don't know what you have. On one of my old Saturns, I had to print a spacer on my FDM one to like change where the Z axis hits. Because you don't, by adding this magnetic flexible build plate, you're making the build plate thicker, right? So if you don't reset your 0, it's going to push into your screen harder, because it's trying to get to where it's supposed to go. So if it's too off, it could crack your screen. I've never seen that happen. Just be careful and just be aware when you like re-zero it. But if you have one of those fancy auto leveling machines, just look up a video on YouTube. I guarantee you could find one. And if you don't find a tutorial, complain in Discord and I will help you directly. Yes, Carl has been mentioned. I was waiting for that to happen. Amazing. Again, huge thank you to Grimnir. I'm so excited to teach you. And yeah, I worked hard on this. I feel like I've earned some art cred by doing this on stream. I can teach you guys. I can do the thing. This is a tapir. Tapir. It has reappeared in South America after 100 years. I'm suspicious of that. Are those that endangered? Reappeared? Like it went extinct and came back? I don't think so. Without some human intervention. Either way, beautiful. More of these critters out in the wild. Look at that silly nose. Yes, the Lego support is also really good if you email them. Anycubic? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But the Anycubic Photon 4 Ultra is epic. Awesome. Toad says, when I get back next week, I'll be joining as well. It's going to be an art party. I love it. Amazing. Alrighty. I'm going to pretend like you guys were not going to join until seeing me do this stream because it makes me feel good about working really hard on it. Good job, me. All right. Let's do a screenshot. I do want to improve this detail area. I think it's fun what I have going on, but I mentioned to you guys that it's that final layer of detail that I think I have a lot of room to grow. I do pretty good with silhouette and all that fun biz, but I know I can push my my work farther here. All right, let's get a nice big render on this. Ray says, does that animal look like it can survive on its own? Yeah. I think so. It looks stout. Very much so in contrast to the other day. Very cool. Very cool. All right, that brings us to the end of the Tavern Keeper's Craft. It is 2:40. I shall return at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So just on the next hour, wherever you're at. At the latest. Sometimes I return earlier, just heads up. So happy hour is actually usually a happy half hour by default, but we had 2 donations today. Thank you guys so much. So it'll be a full hour. In addition, for happy hour, the D20 of Destiny is back in play. That means if you have Poing, you can spend it. And that means if you have real money, you can also spend it. I'll have a new poll to decide what we work on during happy hour. These are all models that have already been started. So that way you guys can kind of like pick and play with what models you want to cause chaos to. I really feel like the D20 Destiny is going to fit better in happy hour instead of Tavern Keeper's Craft when there's nothing to cause chaos to because I haven't created it yet. So yes, I'm looking forward to that. That poll I'll actually create right now before I leave for my break. All right, what are the options? What do we not have finished? Oh, the crystallized dwarf. Right, I have neither Poing nor real money. F in the chat for Ray. Also, if you do want to not Poing, if you are going to donate like real money and do a D20 roll, but you don't like what model won the poll, I have no problem switching, just to be clear. Because like I appreciate you guys, and I don't want you feeling stuck if you want to cause chaos somewhere specific. All right, the first option for happy hour is going to be the crystallized dwarf. These have all been worked on during stream before, so you might recognize some, might not. Oh, the female halfling bard, that's right. Oh, the pirate druid construct, that's from Micah. So yes, first option, crystallized dwarf. Second, pirate druid construct. Oh, the cursed doll. And dwarf children. So those are 4 options for happy hour. All right, make sure you guys vote on that. If you haven't already, like the stream while you're at it. Unless you didn't like the stream, then don't like it. In that case, why are you here? All right, y'all. I will see you in about 15 minutes. Bye. All right, hey y'all, and welcome to Happy Hour. Very excited for this because it is a double happy hour. So once this little mug slides to the far side, we're just gonna reset it and do it again. All right, during happy hour, I answer any questions from students and as well as reviewing student work. So if you're a student and you have an assignment you want me to review on stream, go ahead and DM me now. You can also tell me in the chat that you sent it to me, otherwise I might not catch it. Just Lingual asks, what's everyone's favorite D&D creature? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't have one off the top of my head. It's hard to go wrong with a mimic. Really, any mimic, you know? Temporary answer, mimic. Yes, welcome to Happy Hour. Ray says, Mia, can we have gamble, please? I've thought about it. I like the dueling and heisting, though, because it's so in theme. Gambling you could just do rapidly over and over again to just pong farm. I will think about it. But probably no. All right, the question up right now is what to work on during happy hour. In the lead is the cursed doll. Other options are dwarf children, pirate druid construct, and crystallized dwarf. So let's go ahead and open up the cursed doll. Let me go ahead and save Nuckelavee one more time, just in case. Yes, and here is that cursed doll we've been working on. Doesn't look decrepit enough quite yet. I'm going to jump over to our project references and bring up the cursed doll again, because this is where all of our lovely references are currently living. All right, and make my little face small. Small, Mia. All right, here we go. These are all those references. And also when we made Buzz the Bee as well. Sweet. Perfect. RB says, Mia, give me 10 more minutes. I'm almost done with the second pose. Sounds good. I'll be here in 10 minutes. We got double happy hour today, so we got time. All right, it is time. If you have enough points to redeem a D20 of Destiny roll, now is the time you can spend that. If you do not have enough points, you need 300 by the way, you can alternatively donate $5 to the stream via a super chat, and that will also give you a D20 roll on stream. The first roll gives you advantage, so that means you get to roll twice. You don't get both effects, but you can pick between the two. That'll be available for the next hour, and it is live. There you are. Yoni says, Mia, can I send the head sketch I did while watching? If it's 2D, sure. I don't review 2D work normally, but I can look at it. If it's 3D, absolutely. There we go. Runner-up Lich is a good one, Satyr. Oh, and also a reminder that for every D20 roll that is purchased not with point, you do get 100 point. So technically, every 3 times that you roll and donate, you get a free roll, assuming that you don't gamble it all away. All right, Just Lingual wants to roll. Let's cause some problems. And you are the first person to redeem the roll today, which means you get advantage. Well, let's go. Heck yeah. I'm excited because we actually have a model here for you to cause problems. Also, Just Lingual, if you wanted to switch the model to one of the other 3 options in the poll, you can do that. I am very flexible with what we work on. Boop. All right, let me get this moved on over. Close out of all these dumb ads. I will eventually get a native D20 roller in here. But this totally works in the meantime. All right, sweet. Let me make sure I pause ads so nobody misses it. Heck yeah. Also, thank you it is D20 of Destiny time. Alrighty. It's happening. You got a nat 20. Holy shit. That's our first nat 20. Okay. You have some serious power here right now. This is what happens. So, let you know, first off, 17 is inflict a curse. So like a werewolf arm, Medusa hair, shadow tendrils, that kind of thing. A nat 20, however, lets you get a priority ticket. So let's talk about that. This is my request board on Patreon. And these are all the different requests. If you are already a legendary patron, that means that you can take wherever your request is and bump it next in line, which means that is what I'll work on during the next live stream. If you are not a legendary patron, you can become one right now for $15 and put in a request and get jumped to the top. Or you can scroll through this list and bless your priority ticket onto somebody. It's a gift for them, but also for you, because what if you want to do a cosmic horror, a Roman senator, a bugbear gangster? The power is yours if this is something that you want to do. But you can always just bump your own status up all the way to the top. Pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. That is our first nat 20. Congratulations. If you're not pressed about what we work on next and you don't want to bump up your own request, you can just do 17 and we can inflict a curse on one of the 4 models that are available during happy hour. Pretty sick. Congratulations, Single. Also, you get 100 point as well. Even though you're not going to have it by the end of today, probably. Just Lingual says, I am not legendary, so I'm going to bless it upon somebody. That is fantastic. They're going to love that. Let me go ahead and put this in the chat for you to browse. And then let me know which one you're going to bless all the way to the top. Again, that's pretty epic. There is a lot on here. If there's any that you have questions on, let me know. There are people in the chat that have requests in here if you want to like spoil a fellow peasant. Taka has a few in here, for example. One of Taka's was an oxalotl dragon, I believe, or an oxalotl hydra. There's some ridiculous ones in here. Yoni says, Mia, are the YouTube Legendary members have the same list as Patreon? No, I pretty much just give you a built-in priority ticket, especially you, Yoni, because you and RB are my only, and I don't think it'd be fair to put you all the way at the bottom here. So you're on a different list. If I end up getting a ton of Legendary subscribers on YouTube, I will figure that out. But for now, you pretty much have built-in priority if you're on YouTube. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to just... Yoni, if I did that to you, you would be the 110th request, and we wouldn't do yours until, like, October. And that wouldn't be fair to you. Not without me telling you first, anyway. Ray said Loki thought a nat 20 was going to let him pick any of the other dice options. That is also an option, but I think this one's just more powerful. And then you can really see what you want the next stream to look like. I mean, you're pretty much controlling 2.5 hours of my time. It's pretty powerful. So yeah, just lingual, you can take as much time as you want to decide on who you want to bless with a priority ticket. There's absolutely no rush on that. Ideally by the end of today's stream, but as long as you just don't forget about it and remind me by next time you pick, that also works. But yeah, congratulations on our first 20. I love it. I love it. Just Lingual says, Mia, what does feature Ricky mean? One of them had a joke. It was a joke one where I posted a picture of Ricky in the Discord a while ago feeding an emu, you know, the ostrich-like bird. And everyone has joked that the emu took off his arm. So Ricky's arm is a frequent joke. I believe that's the joke there, that Ricky's arm would be dismembered and included in that model. Yes. Ray says, Mia, nothing is more powerful than a Tavern pet. Yeah, Tavern pets are just going to be a straight up, you have to roll a 10 as of right now, exactly, to get that. So there's only a 5% chance of the D20. I'm going to put a set price on it. I haven't decided how much point it's going to be, but it's probably going to be 10 real dollars at least. Because it is like a straight up, like, almost mini commission. I haven't implemented it yet because I have not figured out the economy on that. Yoni said, okay, I'll try some requests soon. Thank you. Of course, of course. Good questions, good questions. All right, we had our dice roll. It did not inflict a curse. Instead, it is going to be a gift to someone else and really everyone here. Speaking of, I mean, you guys are welcome to pitch your case to Just Lingual if you're a patron. You're like, hey, you should give it to me. So in that case, I'm going to reset the D20 Destiny. If you want to roll or spend a point on it right now, this is your time. It has been reset. There you go. I think you can type in exclamation point redeem D20 or just go to the Poing store and that works as well. Yeah, and it was not a curse. It was a blessing. That was a nice one. Our very first 20. I do think it's funny that I say nat 20 considering there are no modifiers. So every 20 would be a nat 20. Like, you guys don't have buffs. Maybe that's something that I'll do. Like, if you're a member of the channel and for every month that you're a member, you get a +1 modifier. I'll play with that idea. Especially because it puts a badge next to your name, so it'd be really easy for me to see what your modifier would be. I'll think about it. Mini ideas. All right, here is our spooky, scary cursed doll. She has a lot of good detail work and foundation stuff, but she's not looking very sad or decrepit quite yet. It's actually quite a clean outfit. And there's nothing about this that looks like a construct quite yet. So let's go ahead and get some of that implemented. I'm going to use Dam Standard and start creating some lines that will kind of mimic like joint work. I like to go pretty heavy-handed for this to make sure that it paints really nicely. And RB just sent some updates for me to review on their model. Excellent. Let me go ahead and do this little knee joint. Just get this blocked out and then I'll go take a look. Oh, Yoni should have also sent that head sketch, so very good. There you go, very exaggerated. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, awesome. Huge improvement. Okay, amazing. So I mentioned this is the pose before my feedback the first time. I liked it. It's simple, but a little stiff. So I recommended to really push those shoulders and those hips to have some weight and some movement. So let's look at the new one they did. Oh, heck yeah. That is pretty cool. So I would actually recommend turning on perspective to get a good read. Right now I can tell you don't have it turned on because your base is perfectly flat. From the front, I'm a big fan. From the back, I'm trying to make sure he looks a little more like he's sleepy rather than he is menacing. Based on his facial expression, I think you need to add a little more tension to this arm here. Or maybe like it's also menacing, like he's gonna like punch someone with it. It is cool though. I do like the lumbering sluggishness. Right, ask Mia. So $5 gives you 100 poing. I spent 1,660 on Carl. No, you didn't. You spent poing on that. Poing purchases do not beget more poing. That is a poing loophole. No. This is awesome. I'm just like getting some thoughts clear in my head. But again, because you have those shoulders tilted, it looks a lot more dynamic here. Very cool. I think I'm confused by this side the most. Okay, let me go ahead and scoot this over so you can see. Here we go. Because on this side, it almost looks like he almost looks like he's out of breath, like he's resting on his own knee. I'm not sure if you want him to look sleepy or sluggish or menacing. Because there's not much of a line of action moving forward, it's mostly like he's melting or sluggish down, which is good. Like I kind of did that on camera, and that also does look good. Let me see. I'm going to draw some lines here. RB says, Mia, to be honest, I'm not happy with the second pose. I did that quickly, so I'll refine that. No, that sounds good. Okay, I think it's because you're not clear on, like, in your head what direction you want this to have. Because again, he kind of just looks like he's tired right now. Like he's just like, all of this energy is coming straight down. And right here, he actually looks like he's going to fall over a little bit. I would kick this leg out farther, like this. I'd bend his knee more, so he's more of a low squat. So take the center of gravity and move it straight down. So bend both of these knees. And then decide what you want to do with this. Like, is he going to hit someone? Or is he just kind of like holding this hammer, like standing guard, like what? Like he's bored, like he's waiting there. You have some mixed ideas right here. But the big thing is the fact that his butt is so high up. This angle needs to be more intense. You gotta lower the booty so he's not like he's gonna fall over. If you want to keep it as is, an alternative thing you could do is take this other leg and put it out here. See what I mean? Kind of square off his stance. I do overall like this, especially if you were to turn it to where the camera was actually facing like here. This is like where the camera is viewing. So if I could move the model like this. And so he's like facing the camera. That's what I usually call like the alpha angle that I will style around from. I would do a quick sketch before you refine this to decide what you actually want. Because there's a couple of different things you could go with this. Do you want him aggressive or do you want him more sleepy, lazy, again, like a sentry guard? The mixed ideas are what's weakening the pose overall. But you definitely have the skills to make it happen. And you did a pretty good job of not ruining any of the musculature. Like the leg, this looks really good right here. You had some deformation right there, which is really common. Just make sure when you move something, you either blur the mask a lot so it's smooth, or conversely, you actually keep a nice hard line to not disturb your details and then re-sculpt the blend later. Overall, posing is hard. Keep going though. I would even recommend standing in front of a mirror and doing the pose yourself to kind of figure out what's going to work. I had a broom that I would keep in this room for a while, and I'd use the broom to like pose. Highly recommend it. RB says he is tired from the hunting. In that case, I mean, you're onto a pretty strong start then. That is reading that way. Almost like he's out of breath. All right, Yoni sent a sketch. Oh, okay, this was 3D. There we go. Done during the stream. Okay, cool. Still working on anime faces. Nice. It's a really challenging thing to try to tackle. I'm assuming, so I gave RB like a 2. That was my default. I'm assuming, Yoni, you also would like a 2 level of feedback. The lack of eyelids is what's mostly hurting you here. This is a pretty hard area to define. I'd recommend putting in a sphere and cutting it in half to build an upper and lower eyelid. I also think you're way too high poly. I would take this through ZBrush with half enabled and run that like 4 times. Really crush this down. It's good that you're somewhat low poly. I can tell like the pixelation on the nose and the brow, but then right here is perfectly shiny and smooth. I like the approach that you did by making the ears a separate object entirely. Not a bad idea. You can have more control over them this way. But as a result, give more love to the ears. The structure here is a bit odd. Look at a real ear and then simplified a bit. Even like some stylized ears. The thinness and the way that it sticks off of the head is good, but this gap is a little extreme. It's kind of like elf ears, but not quite. RB says, Mia, thank you. We'll definitely work on the feedback. We'll make some rough sketch and then move forward. Sounds good. And then the mirror trick. I recommend doing the pose in the mirror yourself. Just singles? No, I see what you're talking about. No, you're good. The chin for anime styling is too thick. You want to kind of continue this straight line from the ear and have a very sharp jutted chin. Same with the entire face from the side is actually quite flat. You will have more of a natural taper happening still. It won't just be completely flat. Yeah, dig into some Did you make this face without a reference, just like sketching? Or did you have a reference? Because I sent you references. But also, like, that is kind of like a trick question. You must always have a reference. Do not sketch from memory. You're going to, like, build in mistakes. This is a pretty decent one I sent you to review. See this taper here? You're missing that. And this is really classical anime styling. This is a really good one for you to review. Versus yours is like completely flat. I would reshape what you have using zero mesh in half and then work on these planes again. But it's a good start. Keep it up. Just Lingual said, Mia, can we roll the dice again? If odds that the Axolotl Hydra and even Yoni's upcoming quest goes straight to the top. Absolutely. You can roll as many times as you want. If you got the point or you got the gold coin, go nuts. Yeah, Yoni says no reference. I could tell. That's why I dragged you a little bit. I'm like, you just pulled this out of your head, didn't you? Because it shows. Look, sketching and working on art without a reference can be fun and kind of liberating. But if you're trying to grow and improve, don't even waste your time. Get a reference. Gentle roast. Loving roast. All right, if RB or Yoni have any questions for me, let me know now. If not, I'm going to get back to some work on this cursed doll. Just Lingual says, I mean, as a random coin flip for the nat 20. You just want to, like, roll for free? Do I look like a joke to you? No. Good try. Good try. I let Aloha do that once. And they got like a 7. Good try. All right, continuing to make this look more doll-like, focusing on the joints. Alrighty, I need to... Big, dramatic, chunky circle joint. I especially don't mind if they look rough because she's gonna look really decrepit with cracks all over her anyhow. RB says no questions for now. Sounds good. The bot is now Carl forever. Micah says, gotta sleep, good to drop in. Yeah, of course. Oh, sorry. Ricky mentioned Just Single wants to roll the dice to decide what model he picks for the priority ticket. But there's like over 100 like models. I guess we could roll a D100. I understand now. I was not understanding. I don't have a D100 available. Just Lingual, if you have, you're a dork. You got dice, right? Like I feel like that's reasonable. You probably have a D100 in real life. Perhaps you can roll. They make D100. I know. I just do not have one. Thank you for clarifying. I totally did not understand. No harm, no foul. Oh, you're in between two options, so odds or evens. Man, I'm missing half of that chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, all right, let's roll. Let's do it. And we'll roll twice to be confusing. No, I'm just joking. A bajillion ads. Whoop. All right. It shall be decided. Soon. For you, a 16. Evens it is. A 13, so it's an Axolotl Hydra. Chaotic. That works too. That totally works. The Axolotl Hydra sounds epic. Ultimately, you get to decide. Ignore my message. Sounds good. Ignore me not figuring out the very simple thing you were trying to explain. It's happy hour. Work brain is done. Chaos brain is here. And that means it's Yoni's. Well, I don't think Yoni's even picked one yet. The stream delay is epic right now. Oh my god, this is super funny. No pressure, Yoni. They haven't put in the request yet. But they have talked about what it's probably going to be. They have not decided. I like it though. Appreciation for a fellow peasant. Top tier. Stream delay is putting in some work right now. Yeah, it really is. Oof. It all worked out. And it was like double delay pretty much because I, for some reason, could not figure out what you were saying. All right, that's a little too constructy versus just dull. So we'll do this and then I will create some cracks. Because she's gonna look super decrepit and broken. How did none of y'all have enough poing to roll? I thought for sure it was gonna be like a problem today. Did you guys just gamble it all away? I'm disappointed. Yoni said, I don't know if you remember, Mia, but I was asking you to do a Wilds model, but in Nendoroid scale and artist like a chibi. Oh, I do remember. I just wasn't sure if that was like your official pick. Any Wilds model? I figured you'd pick which Wilds model. I'm open though. Corey says, I'm trying to build it up. Poing horde. But yeah, Yoni, you don't want to pick like your favorite Monster Hunter Wilds model? Her model monster? Like a clown hat would be cute. I don't know if like that's specifically a clown hat or if it's like, what kind of hats? They wear a party hat. That is cute though. I do like that. Oh, right. I understand now. Yep. That would make Carl like $83. To be fair, I think like 1,000 of that was mine and I lost in a duel. It was quite chaotic. Sater said, me, I gambled more than I should have chasing the dream. Rip. Yeah, I don't know if we need a hat. I like the puffs though. More hat. I don't know if I want a hat. I like this though. This is cute. Gonna make her a little scarier. No more hats. We're done. A million hats. Corey says, Mia, you're wondering why more of us weren't rolling today. I meant I was building my points to do the roll. Oh, gotcha. Yoni said, probably just a hunter or huntress, but with a Kieran-inspired set and a lance. Oh. That's different than a chibi monster. What do you want? I'm cool with either. That'd be epic. I remember that, Ray. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was from me and Ricky. And the symmetrical pigtails instead. She's supposed to look like unhinged a little bit though. These are lower and less unhinged. They do look good though. They might look too good though. You know what I mean? We're going for like kind of ugly and awful. I personally like that a lot more though. Yeah, I think Mia rules here. Yeah, no, I like that so much more. The cursed look is fun, don't get me wrong, but I just like that better. Good call, Satyr. Much style. All right, adjusting this. Frame her face a bit more. Perfect. Grimnir says, I have to head out for now. It was a fun stream. Yeah, thank you for joining. I'm excited to be part of your 3D journey. Yanni said, sorry, I'll be more specific from the start, but a chibi huntress with wild-inspired gear. Oh, I see. I understand now. I understand. I'm thinking. Making the sides asymmetrical. These are identical with just a little braid. And then more like leave one side and make the other side different. I don't know. I know I wouldn't like that. I appreciate the creative ideas though. I do. But no. Yoni said it could be my Wilds character, but in chibi form. You have lots of ideas. Whatever you pick, DM me with references and specifically what you want, whether it's your character or not. And we shall continue that discussion in a DM. I'm more open to doing a monster that's chibi style because it still has a lot of appeal. But doing a character like a human that's chibi style, I'm not sure that would qualify. That's pushing it a little too bit. I'll do a baby monster, but I will not do a baby human with monster gear. Does that make sense? All right, moving on from the pigtails. I like what we got. All right, I need to add some weathering because the description, she's supposed to be like really dejected looking. I think you mentioned like just more than like tortured or more than forgotten, but like tortured and sad. Yeah, traumatized by past mistreatment, but befriendable companion. Okay. And kind of cursed looking. Yeah. I especially like the pigtails being down a bit more because then they don't need supports. Win-win. Yoni says, okay, understood. Amazing. Bunny says, have you ever done lint jobs? No, I've never heard of that. Interesting. Oh, I forgot that happy hour. Resets. Where's my mug? Where's my mug? My mug is gone. Rip. There it is. It's back. All right. Sad. Just looking at like this creepy doll and just making sure there aren't any other components I want to add. You guys gave a lot of fabulous references for this. Again, thank you on that. And I haven't done the weapon yet. Let's go ahead and do so. This isn't the chain that I thought I was grabbing, but now I kind of like it, and I kind of want to figure out how to use it on the model. That's cool. Again, totally a happy accident. Not the brush that I thought I grabbed. Interesting. Aloha said, Mia, you as well as the chat might really like the link I put in tips and info. Why am I afraid to look? Are you on topic or are you being chaos? It's tips and info. Oh, it is on topic. Good job. Proud of you. Never doubted you. How HBO's The Last of Us are made in Maya. ZBrush Unreal. Cool. That is super cool and very on topic. Wow. Yeah, this is the exact workflow we use. Metal. Thank you, Aloha. I never know what it's going to be with you. If it's going to be on topic or very not on topic. Proud of you. All right. Creating the weapon, which is pretty much just going to be a chain weapon and a spike. Can I just make this a loop? Is that going to behave? More or less. All right, I'm gonna make this really long, rotate it 90 degrees, and then instead of this being this circus ball, we're gonna cover this in spikes. I don't know if we have like spikes I can just place on here. I know there's a cone that would work quite well. It was all the way at the top here from Rob. Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and mirror and weld this, and then I don't have to do as much work. I can do local symmetry, mirror and weld across the Z axis, or is it Y? It was Y. Perfect. And now that I have this spike, I can actually just run it all the way through the ball like this. And that will do half of the work for me. Perfect. All I'm doing to achieve this is just rotating and duplicating over and over again. Something kind of like that. Excellent. Yeah, that's pretty metal. Cool. So whenever she's actually posed, I'll use that chain brush to like actually draw it through the pose. This is just like a reference for now. Ray says, Mia, some of the lines you're putting on her make her feel very constructy. That makes sense, because she is. She's also like a doll, living construct, cursed doll. Yeah. Yeah, I do like the eyes on this a lot, Seder. I'm gonna see if I want to mess with her face a little bit. Oops. I think having those lower lashes would suit this model a lot. And I don't have a lot of opportunities to use that. So let me go ahead and do that. Not like that, really. I more so meant like using the curved tube brush and then click and dragging. Yeah, more so like that. Depending how I do it, it'll actually look very clown-like too. I'll need to make it much smaller, but you guys get the idea. I got locked in brows, guys. Full focus. Yeah, that's looking pretty creepy doll, I think. Aloha says, I missed the rhino lady. Yeah, she's been finished for a while. Just playing with like some shapes here. There we go. She's got more of like this droopy, sad look now. I don't imagine she'd be able to change her expression very much, so I'm trying to make it in a way that looks feasible to how she would have been created the first time. Did Mia finish the ship figurehead construct? Nope, that is the pirate druid that is available in the poll right now, actually. It's currently tied for second. There we go. I like this. She looks a little more sad doll and less like punk rock. All right, now let's add some weathering. I'm going to use Dam Standard and then drag rectangle so I have a little bit more control over where these tears appear. I'm also going to keep poly paint turned off so it's just a bit easier to see. There we go. This texture paints really, really well with a wash. That's why it's kind of one of my go-tos. I like using it as kind of a map of where I can go through and then add more like destruction. So it's kind of like a quick way of laying down a guideline. So see like right here, I have some of these tears. I can then come through with my move brush and pull some shapes to exaggerate this tear that I just created. Especially with this, I don't mind if the silhouette gets a little wonky and uneven because she's meant to be like worn and forgotten about. It really adds a lot going through and doing that. Just Lingual says, Mia, if you were cursed by a witch, what do you think your curse would be? Oh my goodness. What would my curse be? So not being like tortured, not like having to deal with something, but just like a silly inconvenience almost. That's a really good question. That's like a unintentional like soul searching kind of question. Which curse? I think my curse would be having to say everything twice. So that means that no matter what I said, or how clearly I said it, or how loudly I said it, the person I'm talking to would go, "What?" I would go absolutely insane. That would be my curse. That would be my cross to bear, 100%. Ironically, though, I love teaching. I, like, in this setting, I don't mind repeating myself, but like in actual like face-to-face interactions, I hate repeating myself. So yeah. Mia's curse would be to be made out of resin. Womp womp. You guys should all answer that too. It's a tricky one to think of, actually. Just single says that sounds awful. Yeah. Many Boy says, nah. It'd be to do math every other sentence when you talk. Depends what the math is. Can I pick? I'd be like 1 + 1, 2, bam. I should have said 3, just for the giggles. Ray says, Mia, I'd be cursed never to have another sweet thing again. Oh, that also drives me crazy. I am a huge sucker for sweets. All right, we're pretty much done here with the main design. Pretty happy with this. Clown doll's looking pretty mean. Sick. I really wasn't sure about this design at first. Not because I wasn't excited about it. I just was having a hard time visualizing how all these pieces would fit together. So especially more than usual, thank you guys for all the references and tips, because there was a lot to navigate here to make it all make sense. Ended up working out quite nicely. Just Lingual says, Mia, I'd be cursed to lose a single letter in my speech. That could be very tricky. Yeah. Especially if it was like the letter E or something really common. I'm sorry Carl's betrayed you guys. It was built in. Though it wasn't likely. They treated me well at first, then Carl became Inva's fickle mistress. Ray says, Mia, do you remember the name of the weapon? No, but it was something fun and silly, and it was not flail. It was like something hammer. I do not remember. There it is. Meteor hammer. Haha. Found it. Yeah, the peasants have my back. Thank you, peasants. You guys are all telling me Meteor Hammer now, but I knew before you told me. I just didn't know faster than the stream lag would tell me. Wow, all of y'all. Stream delay, yeah. Dude, she looks like ethereal and very spooky. Cool. I end up liking this character a lot. Very cool. We made all of this from scratch too, like the outfit itself, except for the shoes. We don't do shoes on stream. But you guys, sure you did. I did. You guys watched me find it on camera. Alright, it is time to get this post-process ready. It is that time. Ray said, Mia, so will we get a demon jester court heist someday? How exactly does a demon jester court work? But I'm intrigued. I could do like a court themed one or a demon themed one, but I'm quite interested in this demon jester. Like you guys are the demon jesters causing problems? That sounds about right. That's very on brand for peasants. I gotta have a little more backstory to figure out how I'd write that, but I'm intrigued. Soft yes. Satyr says, well, now that I'm broke again, I'll tell my secret. My plan is to get 500 point and never buy anything. Just dispense point to my fellow needy and deserving peasants. Seriously? Just Lingual says she deepfaked just that clip to make it seem like she knew. She's an evil genius. You're catching on. And no. After doing all of the design work on Nuckelavee, it feels so weird to like Nuckelavee. I'll say it different every time. Nuckelavee. Nuckelavee. Nuckelavee DD. Satyr says, yes, it's been my plan all along. I can give you like a pity 50. I can give you 10%. Take it or leave it. That turned out better than I expected. Very good. All right. We have this little skirt. This does not need to have any subdivision levels because it is not going to bend with the model. It's going to be rigid. Perfect. I think I can get this down to like 5,000 points. It actually has some decent topology too. Not for long. Destroy. There we go. I don't want to get too low poly. It still should have that nice curve. There we go. We'll call this the waist ruffle. Satyr says, I mean, obviously I'll take it. It's 10% closer to being able to bankroll the deviants. Amazing. I mean peasants. Very good. Ray said, I was going to give you the creative freedom, but I believe we should be adventurers, entering a abandoned castle and in the courtroom of demon jesters. Isn't there ever, like, more than one jester? Isn't there just, like, one? I'm not sure there's a whole, like, pantheon of hooligans for the king to laugh at. It's supposed to be like a single entertainer. I'm intrigued. Poor Ray is like trying to make their case here, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Oh no, I clicked unwrap instead of custom decimation. It's trying to unwrap these things with 638,000 points. Please don't crash. I didn't mean it. It was a mistake. I didn't mean it. Ugh. Okay. Just Lingle said, Mia, I've met a lot of people who I can't tell if they're clowns or not. Ooh, spicy. I like it. Hello is back. Just put the demon jester and fries in the bag, Mia. We will take it from here. Maybe. Sater said, somebody's never played Devil May Cry. I have, just not very much. No, that was Ninja Gaiden. Wow, totally wrong game. Yeah, no, you're right. I have not played Devil May Cry. Ricky has, though. That castle was rife with jesters. Too many, honestly. That sounds right. Mia, Bray, Mia, hey, I didn't think that far, okay? I just like the vibes. I'll figure something out. Corey said, Mia, I was surprised to be the vampires going to today's stream. I thought we'd be going in to fight vampires, and I found myself being turned to ash. Yeah. I didn't even consider that alternative. I was like, yeah, let's be vampires. It's just immediately, like, I totally even think that you could be the other. Yeah. Didn't think about that. It's still trying to unwrap this. Oh my god. It was a mistake. It was just a joke, ZBrush. I didn't actually want you to try to unwrap 638,000 points. Why would I ever want that? Why is that even on my custom UI? Womp womp. Sometimes you can come into Activity Monitor, pro tip, and you can stop ZBrush from doing things in its tracks, but not every process will show up here. Usually it has to be within the Z plugin. So like Decimation Master you can close, but not UV Master, which is under Z plugin. This should work. Man. You're supposed to be able to hold escape theoretically to make it stop. It doesn't work usually. Right? Why would you not want to be a vampire? They're hot. Valid reasoning. Yeah, look at you, little paladins. What is this? Not wanting to be the vampires. My goodness. If you were not the vampires, instead of being turned to ash, you would have been, like, just drained of all your blood. I think that's objectively worse. Alright, I have broke ZBrush, and we are at the end of happy hour anyway. So, it was meant to be. Here we go. We're officially in last call, and I can't do any sculpting because I bricked my program. Good job, Mia. Pro tip. Oh my god, it's working. Yay! It's fixed. Sweet. Complain enough and it will fix itself. Amazing. Okay, we're good. We're back in business. But it still is last call. Caked up Spartan. I am not going to give my horse a booty. Right, Satyr? Rather be an ash pile than the blood bag. There you go. Asking the real questions. Ray said, what monster of a PC is that? It is a MacBook something. I don't know if it actually did the operation or if it finally listened to me when I told it to cancel. I was pressing escape like a million times. Oh, Corey is like, no, I'm fine with being either. Oh, okay, I thought you were agreeing with Manyplace who said they wanted to be human. My bad. Satyr says, I would make one hell of a Capri Sun though. That's going to tab quotes. That is hysterical. That makes no sense, but it does. Amazing. No, I think she meant a horse. He. Many Blaze, you're got me confused. A MacBook, something could literally be anything, bruh. Okay, so picky. Okay. About this Mac. There. MacBook Pro, 14-inch, 2021. Apple M1 Pro chip, 16 gigs of memory. Well, bam. I guess it's reasonable that you'd want to know more than nothing. Corey said, Mia, I shared what I worked on in the Share Your Art channel. You should take a look whenever you get a chance. Okay. You and Alo at this point, I don't know what I'm supposed to expect from y'all. Oh, it's actually fun and cool. Oh, I love it. Yeah, God, I feel like I've seen this character before. Like, what's that? Reminds me of like Angry Scrooge McDuck. This is from something though. That's a really hard shape to navigate and figure out. What really makes this like successful is the cavity behind the orbital socket. Good job. Or ocular. The eye hole. This bone, this gap. This looks good. Good work, Corey. You're improving a ton. Heck yeah. Good job. I love seeing my peasants making art. All the art. Ray says, Mia, are you able to view maps in ZBrush? Yes. You go to Z plugin, UV master, unwrap, and after you've unwrapped, you click on flatten, and it will show it to you. Yes. I guess I could just do it. I could just show you. All right, let me save this, and let me UV unwrap something that won't blow up. Let's unwrap a sphere. Corey said, Mia, I was thinking the same exact thing when I was working on it. I was like, I've definitely seen this somewhere, right? I hoped you would know because you made it, but that's fine. All right. Z plugin, unwrap, bam, it unwrapped it, and now I can go to flatten, and it should show me. Bam, there it is, unwrapped. Flatten. Pretty cool. And then conversely, you can unflatten it, and then click on show seams, and it will show you where it put the seam. Where is that button? Check seams. There you go. And there's your seam. Neato. I only know how to do that because I work for Titancraft. Is literally the only reason I know how to do that. Ray said, Mia, I mean, you didn't need to. No, I did. It was cool. Amazing. Oh, there has been an update. I can do a last minute update. He looks even more tired. Very good. This absolutely looks like he's catching his breath. Like he's just a fat man trying to get his dinner. He's exhausted. How do you imagine how much this guy would weigh? He's huge. Look at just like this one leg alone. Imagine he's like 10 feet tall too. Like, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. How many deer do you think this thing needs to eat every day? Just to like maintain weight. And a lot of this is actually like muscle too. Yeah, you're making good progress. My feedback? Keep going. More bend right here. This leg needs to come farther out. This doesn't look like he's gonna fall over. But very good. He looks exhausted. Honestly, same. It's the end of the stream. Fantastic stream, peasants. This will transition us into our weekend streams where there's no mic. I'll just be post-processing, cleaning up, and getting a lot of models done this weekend. Ricky relates, yeah. Yeah, if he's 10 feet tall with that build, at least 1,000 pounds. That sounds about right. Oh, Ricky is here. Hearts for Ricky. You're very welcome. My horse is about 1,200 pounds for context. Neato. Save Ricky. Oh, no. Ricky is fine. We can do hearts for Ricky. Ricky is fine. Hear him scream in the background. Blink twice. Alrighty. Big Mia. Greeting. Okay. I'm being completely serious in that estimate. Oh, same. That sounds about right. All right, awesome. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Like the stream on your way out, and I'll probably see a lot of y'all tomorrow as well. Main event returns on Monday, which is Tavern Keeper's Craft. Might be continuing Nuckelavee. Christ, I say it different every time. Might not. We'll see. But I won't work on it without y'all. Probably. I'm not deeply trusted. Alright guys, you have a fantastic... I need to ignore the chat. You guys are funny. You guys have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see y'all tomorrow, okay? Bye!